Well, welcome everyone, and we are so glad to have you here. We'd like for you to keep putting your place that you're located in the chat window, but we want to go ahead and get started. We have had a little rain this morning, but it has cleared up, and we are ready for a great solar eclipse day. So we're going to go back to the deck for just a moment, and let's get some information out of the way. First of all, we want to make sure that if you are sharing this today, that you are tagging Cuyahoga Valley National Park, also the Conservancy and the National Park Foundation. We want you to use the hashtag Eclipse in the Valley 2024. We are so excited for our partners today. We are Expeditions in Education. My name is Dr. Drizzle, and I'll be your host for the entire day. But we also have some other amazing partners. First of all, we just really want to thank the Conservancy for Cuyahoga Valley National Park. They're the ones that got us here. We're excited to work with Amanda and January and a lot of the great staff here. But we couldn't be in this park without our Cuyahoga Valley National Park service. So we're going to be introducing you to a ranger in just a moment. And we also want to thank the National Park Foundation. So we're going to be sharing a microphone here. I think we can do this very well. So Ranger Heather is prepared to dance for us. I thought we said we were going to get a little dance out of her. But Ranger Heather, if you'll just talk right here in my microphone and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Heather. I'm an education specialist here at Cuyahoga Valley National Park. It is my honor to be out here with all of you and with all these wonderful educators to experience something this once in a lifetime event at Cuyahoga Valley National Park.
So I'm kind of disappointed about the dance, but how long have you been here? Because I think I'm going to get you to do something with me in just a moment.
Oh my goodness. Definitely not dancing, but I've been here at Cuyahoga Valley National Park just over 20 years. So a while, and I'm really happy to see this event here.
Okay, well, we're going to maybe do a little bit wider shot here, and we are going to do a little solar eclipse dance. Now, I didn't prepare our team, but this is our team that is here with us today. So they're going to give you all a big wave. They're from all over the country also. And then we have their kids with us too that are helping. They are taking photos. They are running supplies back and forth. But we are going to do a little dance for us, and I'm making it up right now. So let's make a big sun with our hand. So those in the classroom, would you make a big, big sun today? Because as much as we love it, in about 4 hours, we want to see it go away for a little bit. Now let's make a little bit smaller moon. It's kind of a weird looking moon, but let's make it kind of a moon. And now we're going to do the back and forth solar eclipse dance. First time ever done from Cuyahoga. Doing hips side to side, and we're just doing a little bit of moment. So here we go. Back and forth and up and down, and everybody's moving their arms. Woo! Solar eclipse. We're so glad. Woohoo! Thank you, Heather.
Oh,
and work on that next dance when you come back. I love it. Thanks, Heather. All right, so let's go back to the deck for just a moment because I want to talk about a couple of housekeeping issues for us today. So if you'll just take a look at the screen, and Leanne, I'm going to let you read through our housekeeping for us today.
All right, everyone, we want you to be sure to have your journal, your paper and pencil ready for sketching and writing and taking down some notes. If you're creating with Dr. Drizzle, have your recyclable materials ready. Don't worry if you don't have those, you can still sketch out your ideas and share those. Although we don't have your cameras on, we do want you to chat with us. So our solar eclipse team is watching the chat behind the channel. So if you have a question, drop it in there. If you want to leave your name and your location, we'll give you a shout out when we address your question. Also, if you are on the meeting right now and you have to maybe skip out for a minute, just mute your speaker and minimize your screen. Don't log off or leave the meeting, because once you're out, we can't guarantee you're going to be able to get back in because it's going to be pretty crowded today. If that happens, you can check out the live video over on our YouTube channel. I put that link in the chat so you can jump over there and still watch if you can't get back in. But the best way to guarantee you're here all day long for all the fun is just leave this chat or leave this screen open, stay in the meeting, even if you have to silence it or step away for a minute. Also, you are seeing on the screen a bit.ly. There you can share all of your work. I'm going to share that frequently throughout the day, so you don't have to memorize it or write it down. I'll drop it in the chat for you. And Dr. Drizzle has given us a special treat today in that we are going to be able to give away some Marvin and Huck gift packages. So stay in the chat, ask your questions, post some things on social media, and your class might be the winner of a special Marvin and Huck gift package. If you get a private message from me in your chat, that's what that's about. I'm going to be asking for your school's address. So glad you are here. Dr. Drizzle, let's go.
Let's do it. So again, we are from Cuyahoga Valley National Park here in Peninsula, Ohio. So we got here pretty early this morning while it was still dark, but this place is filling up pretty quickly. We're excited to invite kids over to participate in the same activities that you will be participating in today. So as we said before, we want to make sure that you have your journals and pencils ready so you're listening and you're watching and you're sketching and learning. If you'll notice in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, that is the countdown to totality. So our goal is that the sun is going to be out. It's coming out now, and it's a beautiful day. And again, just so excited to have you here with us. All right, so again, we're getting ready to start our first activity for today, which is our solar eclipse demo. I'm going to be sharing some stuff on the screen with you, but I think we're ready to go ahead and click on the deck, and here we go. So we've got some vocabulary that we're thinking about today. We want to make sure that we understand the vocabulary that we have. So today, I want you to write down the following words. You don't need to write down the definition yet, because I want you to be able to add the definition as you learn it. So for our first two words, I want you to write in your journal. The first one is solar eclipse. You will write that in your journal right now. You can see that on the screen. And then the next word is total solar eclipse. Now, again, leave some space between those words. We'll come back with definitions a little bit later, but I just want to make sure that you have these words. So we're going to do a couple more. So I'm getting ready to switch the screen out. And the next two words that we're going to do is partial solar eclipse and annular solar eclipse. So we should be able to spell solar eclipse by the end of the day, but I will tell you it is tricky. When you have written it about 400 times, you sort of mess up the C and the L, so make sure you get those right. So the partial and annular solar eclipse. Then we're going to do two more. This one is called the eclipse path. The eclipse path. And then our next word is umbra. Umbra. So let me go back and give you those 6 words again. Teachers, if you want to write this up on your chalkboards or on your whiteboards, that would be awesome. Because we want to make sure that although today is all about fun, that we are learning so much. The solar eclipse and space itself can teach us so much. So again, solar eclipse,
it's not that the sun's
total solar eclipse, partial solar eclipse, annular solar eclipse, and then our last two, eclipse path and umbra.
That's a good question.
So let's see what a solar eclipse actually is. Let's watch this quick video.
Whoa, it's the middle of the day. So why is the sky getting dark? It's a solar eclipse. A solar eclipse happens when, at just the right moment, the moon passes between the sun and Earth. Sometimes the moon only blocks part of the sun's light. This is called a partial solar eclipse. Other times, the moon blocks all of the sun's light. This is called a total solar eclipse. As the moon blocks the sun's light, it casts a shadow on part of the earth. The moon's shadow creates a trail as the earth rotates. This trail is called the path of totality. If you want to experience darkness during an eclipse, you have to be in the path of totality. In that path, the moon completely blocks the sun's light for a few minutes. It gets so dark that it looks like nighttime during a full moon. If you don't know what's happening, it can be confusing. Animals can get confused too. But this darkness can also be kind of cool for scientists who study the sun's atmosphere, called the corona. The corona is very dim. It's usually hard to see because the sun is so much brighter. But when the moon blocks the sun's light during an eclipse, all you can see is the light from the corona. Total solar eclipses over the land, where people can see them, don't happen very often. But when they do happen, the moon gives scientists and the rest of us a glimpse at the corona's beautiful streams and ribbons. Thanks, moon. Find out more about the sun at NASA Space Place.
All right, so if you were looking at that pretty closely, you'll notice that the calendar had us on today, April 8th, 2024, but the next one was not happening until 2044. Today's 2024. The next one's not happening to 2044. So the longest solar eclipse that's ever happened was over 6 minutes long. Now that's pretty crazy that we would be without sun that long, but it was sorry, my screen is so far away from me right now, I cannot see it. So I'm gonna ask my tech people if they can turn my computer around also, so I'll have double chance to see this. My eyes are getting older.
Dr.
Yeah,
Drizzle, I want to shout out to Miss Trowbridge's class. They were just talking about the corona as they were working through their Junior Ranger Eclipse books.
Oh, wow. I love that so much. Now, when you finish those Junior Eclipse books, make sure you turn those in. You can email the National Park Service and you'll be able to see if they can send you those actual badges. So I love that. So let's think about this. Have you ever witnessed a solar eclipse before? Anyone in the group ever witnessed a solar eclipse? If you have, just drop that in the chat window to us. So let's look at what a solar eclipse looks like. So a solar eclipse occurs when the moon moves between the sun and the earth. Now the moon blocks that light from the sun and it casts a shadow onto the earth. Someone sent me a meme the other day that had Lady Gaga singing The Shadow instead of The Shallows. So is a shallow. We are today in a total solar eclipse. So let's look at those types of solar eclipses we have. As we said today, the moon is going to completely block the sun. Now, if we were in another part of the country, we would have possibly a partial solar eclipse, and that's where you can see a small portion of the sun, but they're not exactly aligned. So the sun, the moon, and the earth are not in a direct line. Then we have something called an annular, and that's when the sun, moon, and earth are not exactly aligned. The moon does not completely block the sun, but it does create this really cool ring around the moon. So why is it important for us to study the solar eclipse? Well, scientists use this data to talk about the sun's corona, and it also uses the solar eclipse to accurately measure the sun's diameter over time. Now, thinking about this really large object in the sky, does the diameter change any? And we can find these questions out by studying the solar eclipse. So far, we know that a solar eclipse, the moon blocks the light from the sun. And we also know that there's 3 types of solar eclipses: total, partial, and annular. So you know how I like to make up things as we go. So let's do a little dance right now about the solar eclipse. Now I am pretty close to you right now. I had to move a little closer. So let's think about the total solar eclipse, and that is where we're completely hidden. So the sun, we can't see that at all. So everyone do this with me. Everyone, we're completely hidden, okay? And then we're gonna have the partial solar eclipse, and let's try it this way. So just half of our face is hidden. And then this one's gonna be a little bit harder because I'm gonna need some little hands behind me. So Chloe, if you'll run over here under the thing real quickly. So I'm going to do an annular solar eclipse where I'm going to cover my face, but my friend Chloe is going to put some little fingers out around my head behind me. Okay, so here we go. This is annular. And we have, well, I think she's giving me rabbit ears. There we go. So one more time, let's try it. Let's do total, partial, annular. Excellent job. I really like that. Yay! Making it up as we go. Isn't that the best ever? So I am going to move back over to my demo spot. But Zimmerman, Miss Leanne, tell us what's happening in the chat.
So Mount Sterling Elementary kids in Kentucky say they have never seen a solar eclipse. So I guess you have your work cut out for you showing them today. We have a question. How often do solar eclipses happen?
That is a great question, and I have been working on answers to different questions. Solar eclipses can actually happen about 2 to 5 times a year, although the total solar eclipses are less common, and they only happen about once every 18 months. Now we know that in August we're going to have another a total solar eclipse, but that's going to be down in Latin America. So this one today, April 8th, 2024, is pretty special. Now I'm going to ask my two friends right here, Miss Paisha and Miss Amanda, to come right here, and they are going to, without sound, they are going to demonstrate what's happening here, a total solar eclipse. Now we have a flashlight here. This is a moon ball, and this is the Earth. So when that moon is directly in front of or between the Earth and the sun, we have a total solar eclipse. Now I know it's a little bit hard to see with all the sun here, but we're not complaining about the sun.
So that's a little bit better.
There we go. There we go. So I want you to, in your classroom now, I want you to see if you can model this total solar eclipse. So if you don't have a flashlight, that's okay. Maybe you can just have 3 people stand up, one of them being the sun, one of them being the moon, and one of them being the Earth. So I am going to, there you go, there you go. Let's see if you can do it better than this Kentucky teacher right here. All right, Miss Leanne,
we have another question, a couple more. One, how many times will we have a solar eclipse in the USA? And the second one from Ms. Prasuda's class, skills class, can we see other planets during an eclipse?
So the first question, I'm not sure exactly how many we're going to see. I know in 2044, there'll be another total solar eclipse in the US, but I can't answer that second question. Yes, if we have a total solar eclipse today, which we're going to, and there are no clouds, we should be able to see other planets and objects in the sky. Especially the planet Venus, we should be able to see today. So when we are looking, now, to be very honest with you, when we're doing this today, we have our cameras here, but we don't have cameras that are set up on telescopes. NASA is actually filming this entire thing, and they are doing it from jets. So they're going to be actually able to see very close up, but we should be able to see our total solar eclipse, and we're going to be able to see other objects in the sky. So what I'd like for you to do is, in your journals, can you do a quick drawing of what a total solar eclipse looks like. And then would you add some solar objects that you think you might find in the sky today? So I'm going to give you just a few minutes to do that. And then we will make sure that you have Miss Leanne, if you'll put that bit.ly in there one more time so we can see if any of our teachers can upload any of those objects or sketches that they're drawing today. So I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to do a sketch. So we actually just had another question come in from YouTube, and I want to answer this question for you. The question was, how long can a solar eclipse last? Well, today we think it's going to last a little over 3 minutes here in Peninsula, Ohio. But the maximum duration for a total solar eclipse is about 7.5 minutes. So if you can imagine being outside looking up towards the sky with your solar eclipse safety glasses on, and then taking those off the moment it completely covers, and for 7.5 minutes just listening to the different sounds of the animals, because things change. The wind's going to pick up a little bit. It's actually going to change directions, which is kind of exciting. So I want you to think about a time when you've been in nature and it's really just made you feel awesome inside, or it's made you have questions. And I want you to see if your teachers will drop some of these moments into the chat window. How does nature make you feel? Does it ever make you just feel excited? Do you ever feel scared sometimes with weather? Do you feel scared, or do you feel calm when you're outside? Let's share some of those moments in the chat window. And Miss Leanne, if you can share those with us when they pop in. Before you do that, Miss Leanne, how does nature make you feel?
You know, I was just thinking about that, and I think it makes me feel peaceful when I'm upset, and it makes me feel excited when I see something new. I really connect a lot of emotional well-being with being out in nature.
I agree. I know a lot of things we like to do is to journal when we're out in nature. What are some things that you kids like to do in nature? How does it make you feel? What does it make you want to do? What questions do you have?
From New Jersey, nature makes us feel good, but today we are a bit nervous.
Can I ask why they're nervous?
So New Jersey, pop in the chat. Why do you think you're nervous? Miss Boggs' class says nature makes us feel warm and relaxed.
We're definitely feeling warm here. This morning it was cold, and now it's getting warmer as we speak. The sun is shining. In fact, I think the sun is shining more than they even predicted today. So thanks for all of your warm thoughts here, because I think we're going to have a beautiful eclipse day.
Okay, so they were nervous. What they say is they've never experienced this before. So it's just maybe a little nervous because it's all new.
I agree. Sometimes when things happen that I've not experienced before, I get a little nervous. I'm going to be very honest with you. When we started this morning setting up, I was nervous because the sound hadn't come up yet, or the power wasn't up yet, or it was raining a little bit. So I understand that. I think once you experience this today, it's going to give you a greater appreciation for the world around us.
Mrs. R from Pennsylvania says when she is at the ocean, she feels calm. When she is in a forest, she feels afraid. She loves to draw when she's out in nature. And River at Uplift says, nature makes me feel relaxed and sometimes cold. I like to see new things in nature. And the kids at Mount Sterling Elementary in Kentucky say nature makes them feel excited, calm, peaceful, and beautifully relaxed.
I love that. And I think our people here today can tell you they are feeling beautifully relaxed also. They're excited for more kids to show up. They have so many things to share. So we're going to go now to our journal prompt today. So at the end of each activity, we're going to ask you to share something in your journal. So our journal prompt for this activity is, what do you think is so special about a solar eclipse? So I want you to take just a moment to think about that. What is special about a solar eclipse? And for a lot of you, you will have not experienced one before. So you're going to have to think about, what do you think is going to be very special about this solar eclipse? Now you can write, you can draw, you can add a quote. You could do a photograph if you're working from home today and you would like to maybe take a picture of what is special about a solar eclipse and share that with us. We would love to see that. But I'm going to stop talking for just a moment and give you about a minute and a half to write your journal prompt for today.
While we're working, I wanted to give a shout out to Ms. Boggs' class. They were the first winner of a Marvin and Huck prize package.
That is wonderful. We're going to be excited to send you a Marvin and Huck. We are hopefully Marvin and Huck are going to write a book about their experience today. We have some little photographers running around. Marissa and Chloe are taking photos of today, capturing the experience, so that Marvin and Huck can tell a story about that. Miss Leanne, do we have any other questions or thoughts of our journals written in the chat window that we can share?
So from River at Uplift, the eclipse is special because it doesn't happen very often, and it's my first time seeing it. And I love Miss Prosciutta's Skills for Success class. It is special because it is something that we do not get to experience often. We get to witness history.
Oh, I love that.
I love that so much.
Yeah, and I want you to think about this. What in history has happened during an eclipse? You might can do some research on that to see when the other eclipses have happened and what special in history happened that day. So today is a new day for us. It's April 8th, 2024. And I'm going to say the most important thing that's happened in history on this day is that you have joined us to experience this. We had been waiting for this, planning for this for about 6 months. And these adults here around me were texting this morning, so excited about experiencing this also. So I love that, River. Thanks for sharing. Miss Leanne, anything else before we get set up for our next activity?
We had one, the theory of relativity, pop in. That Skills for Success class is on it this morning. Miss Crossley's class is very excited because it's their first solar eclipse. And Miss Lynn's class is sort of echoing that as well. It's very special because it only happens a few times. And it's happening in the daytime, so we can actually experience it.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're glad. Now, we are going to ask that if you are in a place where you would be able to experience this today, that if you do go outside, make sure you're using glasses, solar eclipse glasses that are certified. If you're not in that area, we're going to hopefully be able to share what we see here. So we're going to do this, Miss Leanne. We're going to take about a 3 or 4 minute break and get set up for our next activity. So those of you that are watching, we're going to take a quick break and we will come back to you in, let's say, 4 minutes. So we'll see you in just a few. So we're getting set up to go to our next activity, but I want to introduce you to someone else very special here at Cuyahoga Valley National Park. This is Amanda. Now, Amanda is not a park ranger, but she works very closely with the park and works in the environmental education part of the park. So Amanda, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name is Amanda Schuster. I've been with the Conservancy since 2015, and I joined the Conservancy because I really care a lot about Cuyahoga Valley National Park. I grew up coming to this park, and I really wanted to do something with my career that gave back to this park.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And we actually met you at the Great Smoky Mountains
Yep.
a couple of years
Yeah.
ago when you found out about expeditions in education.
Yeah.
What is your favorite activity that you guys do here with students?
Oh, my favorite activity is ecosystem exploration.
And what does that include?
So we take the kids and we do a forest floor exploration, and then we do a pond exploration, and we compare and contrast the two ecosystems and talk about what lives there and do a little bit of data collection and a little bit of critter collection, and the kids get their hands dirty, and it's great.
How excited are you to be here today for the
Oh,
total eclipse?
So excited. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and our conservancy supports the National Park Service. We're the Friends group, so to be here with our National Park Service friends all working together as one team is really special.
I love that.
And
Well,
of course, having you here.
well,
is
thank you. And
amazing.
thanks for joining us today. And we're going to talk to you some more, but we're getting ready to do a little bit of eclipse chalk art today.
Fun, fun, fun.
Sound good?
Great. Yeah, sounds
Nice.
good. Enjoy.
Thank you,
Thank you
Amanda.
so much.
Thank you so much. So kids, we are getting ready to start our next activity. Leanne, can I check with you just a moment to make sure we don't have any questions in the chat or anything we need to talk about before we start?
We did have a question about will an iPhone pick up the eclipse on a camera from Evan in Pennsylvania. One of our other watchers did say that you can't do pictures because it will mess your phone up. So do you have any advice for people who want to take pictures?
So we actually ourselves, we purchased some filters that we were able to put over our cameras, but I can tell you that you can use things like cardboard or cardstock, and you can put a hole in it, and then you can, what is this? Oh, so if you have black polymer filter sheets, you can actually lay those over your camera, and that will protect your camera. But we totally want you to be careful, because not only do we not want you to hurt your equipment, we don't want you to hurt your eyes either. So be extremely careful. But as I was saying before, if you were to punch a hole in a piece of cardboard or paper and then put it towards the ground so that the sun is shining through it, you will get the eclipse on the ground. You can also put a piece of white paper here, and then you can take a photo of what you see on the ground. So maybe you can try that, but whatever you do, please be careful. All right, Miss Leanne, we're going to be going to our next activity. So we'll go to the screen now. We're going to be talking this half hour about eclipse chalk art. Now, obviously, you can do chalk art anywhere. In fact, you're going to see a couple of examples coming up, but don't forget, you can share all of your work at bit.ly/Eclipse in the Valley 2024. I'm going to share with you also that Padlet is actually case sensitive, so make sure you use the capital letters in there. So let's look at a few examples of chalk art around the country.
Dr. Drizzle, can I
Yes.
interrupt? We had another question in the chat that you may want to connect to what we just finished talking about. Can animal eyes be harmed by looking at the eclipse? That's from Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, so animals are fine. They know what to do. It's really cool to think about how animals are not humans, but they have these instincts. So your animals are going to be fine. You do not need to put eclipse glasses on any deer that run through your backyard, or your little dog or cat does not need to have eclipse glasses. But what a great question. Thanks for asking that. So let's go back to looking at some of the chalk art that we found examples of around the country in preparation for the solar eclipse. I think these are absolutely beautiful. I love the idea of chalk because chalk is very forgiving. You can put down a color of chalk and then you can use your finger or a Q-tip or a feather or a paintbrush, and you can spread out the art. Here is another one that's being done in Chicago this week ahead of the solar eclipse. Look at those beautiful colors that you're seeing there. This one is very simplistic and simple, but actually done by a very famous street artist. So we met a street artist, historical park. His name is Ben, and Ben really inspired us to think about what makes people happy and to do those things. He also said, if you can make someone happy, then absolutely do it. So we're going to see if we can make some people happy today with our Eclipse chalk art. Let's watch a quick video from our friend Tyler Nordgren. Tyler is the commissioned National Park artist for the dark skies and for astronomy. So if you've seen any of these beautiful posters around, you will notice that he is the artist of those. So let's listen to a quick message from Tyler.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tyler Nordgren. I'm an astronomer. I got a PhD from Cornell University. But one of my passions outside astronomy is the national parks. And that's why starting back in 2007, I began working with the national parks on preserving dark starry skies and helping promote that to the visitors that go to America's national parks. Because one of the things that people found is that people who go to national parks are looking for that experience, whether it's grizzlies or granite cliffs or waterfalls. They want to see things they can't see at home. And dark starry skies are one of those. So for about 15 years, I've been working with national parks to help promote the parks as a place to go and see the stars. Half the Park is After Dark is something that I came up with, along with a poster campaign to get people to go out and see the Milky Way when they're in America's national parks. Starting back in 2017, something else astronomical came to the national parks, and that was a total solar eclipse. It was the Great American Solar Eclipse that went from Oregon to South Carolina and went over such national parks as, ooh, I've got one here, Grand Tetons National Park. So back in 2016, I created every single park in the United States on August 21st, 2017 had at least a partial eclipse. And I created this graphic here along with eclipse glasses to help share that experience with the 12 million people that lived in the path of totality or traveled to totality to see that eclipse. We've got another eclipse coming up here just under a week on April 8th. And so I've been creating posters just like the ones I did back in 2017, but to help promote the national parks that are in this path. Places like Hot Springs or Cuyahoga Valley or Ozark, National Scenic Riverways. So I've been really lucky to be able to share both my love of national parks, astronomy, and art with visitors from all over the country and all over the world. And it's one of the things I've been a real pleasure to be able to do. And this all comes because I had a passion for drawing when I was a kid. Even though I knew I wanted to be an astronomer, or actually when I was a little kid, I wanted to be an astronaut. But astronaut turned into astronomer when I went off to college and studied the science. But along the way, I never forgot my passion for drawing and artwork. So when it finally came time, gosh, like 40 years later, to write a book about astronomy in the national park, I wrote a book, Stars Above, Earth Below, A Guide to Astronomy in the National Park. I wanted to have illustrations that would show people what they could actually see in the sky overhead when you went to one of the national parks. And didn't have a lot of money, but I knew how to draw. And so I thought, I'll just draw a few posters to put into this book that'll look like those old national park posters everybody. As it turned out, they were wildly popular. Park rangers asked if I could use my See the Milky Way posters, like, this one behind me for Great Basin. I said, sure. They could use them to help my program. And then visitor centers said, hey, we've got people asking if buy this poster. So I began to sell them to the national bookstore. So one of the people, kids today, for me, they've taken me to the national parks, to the sky above, and sharing the upcoming total solar eclipse with visitors from all over the world.
All right, so thank you so much, Tyler. Let's talk a little bit about our project for today. When I talked to Tyler last week, he says that sometimes he works with paint brushes, sometimes he works with ink and pen, but a lot of times he works with a stylus on his iPad. Well, today we are going to work with cardboard. We're going to be using construction paper or just regular paper, and we're going to be using chalk. So let's take a look at the materials that I have here on the table. We are going to have our piece of cardboard here. Now you can use anything. I just tore up a box, but you could use black paper, you could use white paper, and I have just a couple of pieces of chalk here. Now you may only have white chalk, and that's going to be okay. So what I'm going to ask for you to do is to create something about the eclipse or nature or something that just makes you happy. I'm going to actually do something with the eclipse. So I'm going to do just a circle or the best one that I can do here. And then I might just take my fingers and see if I can spread it out a little bit. Actually can do it from here. So I'm thinking that this reminds me of the sun. And we know that the sun is not just a circle, that it changes size and shape. So I'm going to take my finger now and sort of smear this. And then I think inside of it, I'm going to go ahead and color it in. Now I'm also going to do something kind of special because I want to put a heart inside of my solar eclipse. So teachers, if you have paper around the classroom that you can give to your students or chalk, Now, if you don't have chalk, please don't worry about that. You can use pencils, you can use markers, you can use crayons, but I want you to create something, some type of art about the solar eclipse or what makes you happy about thinking about the solar eclipse. Don't forget that you can take a photo of this and you can upload it to the Padlet. I think Miss Leanne is dropping that in the Padlet or in the chat window again, so we can actually see your work. And during our lunch break, we will go and grab some of those art pieces and we will share those online to the thousands of kids that are watching us. Miss Leanne, before I give them a moment to share or to draw, could you tell us if there are any questions or comments in the chat?
I can. Well, first of all, I want to say, Miss Prosciutta, congratulations. You won a Marvin and Huck pack. Got your address, so that will be in the mail for you. But we had someone new join from Mississippi, Miss Cynthia Bennett's class. Well, actually, it's bigger than a class. 106 very excited third graders watching and participating. They have cloudy conditions, but they are in the 90% zone. So can you tell us what that means, 90%?
Well, it's just going to give you a little less of totality. So if you're thinking about a piece of pizza, a pizza pie, if you were to move over the toppings over just a tad, and you're going to see a sliver of the sun sticking out. But that's still a beautiful thing. It's going to still get darker there. It's going to still have the same effect of animals and crickets, birds singing. So I'm excited for you guys to be even experiencing in the 90% totality.
That's it for the chat right now. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Amber at Uplift would like to know, when was the first solar eclipse?
Oh, well, I'm going to be very honest with you. I do not know the answer to that question. So I'm going to ask any of my students that are coming in from the Michigan Uplift schools to see if you can find an answer for that. So the question was, when was the first recorded solar
All over there.
eclipse?
Oh.
And if you can find out that information, now I want you to make sure that you choose at least 3 sources that will verify that. We want to make sure we're getting good sources. If you figure out the answer to that question, would you please drop that into the chat window, and then Miss Leanne will share that with the entire group. You know, not everybody knows every question, and just because we're adults, that doesn't mean we know all the answers. So I'm excited for someone that's watching today to actually share that answer with us. As we are waiting for that answer to come in, we want to remind you to go ahead and create your eclipse chalk art. We're going to put the screen up for just a few minutes and give you a moment to do that, and then we will drop back in and see what we have.
While you are working on your chalk art, hello, Miss Kitson in Central Illinois. They are close to the path of totality, only about an hour away, and first, second, and third graders. So hello in Central Illinois. We're glad you are here and hoping you got in time to work on some chalk art with us.
Miss Leanne, has anyone thrown in an answer to that question yet?
Grayson has thrown in May 3rd, 1375 BC.
That is absolutely correct. We have 3 fact checkers on our end. They also have another date of March 1223 BC. So both of those answers are correct. Thank you so much for doing a little bit of work on your side and sharing that. We're going to put me back on screen for just a moment. I want to thank you for being willing to find answers like that for us. You know, we're better together, right? When we can help each other out. When I asked you to find those answers, I had people here on the grounds with us that were also looking up those answers for me. I wish I knew everything, and my husband thinks I do, but not all the time. I don't really do it. Let's check out that totality countdown. We're at 4 hours and 14 minutes, I believe. So we're getting there, and boy, it is a beautiful day here at Cuyahoga Valley National Park. Can we hear it from the team? Yes, woo! They are so excited to be here, and we are excited to see you. Miss Leanne, do we have any pictures that have come up to our Padlet yet that I'll be able to share later?
Not yet. Still waiting on some Padlets.
That is okay. I want to answer another question that came in from YouTube. Now, this one is pretty significant. I like it. It says, how does wildlife react to a solar eclipse? Well, here are some things that we have found out. Many animals and birds display unusual behavior during a solar eclipse. Some may become quiet, they may be confused, or they may get ready to go to sleep because they think that sudden darkness is their nighttime. So if you are out in this total solar eclipse today, don't fall asleep. It is not bedtime for you. And do you also know that birds might stop singing? And those animals that are usually nocturnal, they may start getting out and doing their thing. So the owls may start, the bats may come out around 3 o'clock this afternoon, but when totality is over, they're going to go back and start doing their things again. So really cool behaviors that are happening. Let me ask you a question while you're doing your art. If you were an animal, first of all, what animal would you want to be? And how do you think you would act during your first solar eclipse? Let me repeat that. If you're an animal, how would you act during your first solar eclipse? If you want to drop that into the chat window, Miss Leanne can share that with us.
That was a good.
While we're waiting on those, shout out to Miss Wood's first grade class. They went outside and did the shadow experiment on their playground.
I love that. Way to go, Miss Woods class. That is a beautiful thing. If you took any photos of that, we would love for you to share that with us. You know, we have been, we're broadcasting all over the U.S., but we also have people joining us from the Bahamas, We have a couple people from Canada. We have a few schools from Mexico. So we have really reached, and Guam, let's not forget Guam. So we are really reaching across the country. Our goal today is to get into all 50 states and territories. So we're waiting for Alaska to wake up. We're waiting for Hawaii to wake up and join us today. Aloha, Hawaii, especially Miss Ridu's class, because we want this to be experienced by all of us. Now, here's something that really keeps us in common. We are all under the same sky today. We may not see the same conditions, but we're all under the same sky. And I don't know about you, Leanne, but that really makes me feel warm inside to know that we have that connection, that we can all look up and we're seeing the same sky. Does that make you feel pretty good too?
It absolutely does. And I'm looking at the chat. And Miss Bennett's third graders, their popular answer is to hide in a burrow or lay down and go to sleep. Owen says he would be a turtle, and you know how I do love turtles, and hide in his shell.
Nice.
Miss Bennett's class thinks the animals will get quiet. River said she would be a fox and think it was nighttime.
Okay.
Millsap Intermediate says they might be confused and possibly go to sleep. Hello, Detroit, Michigan. Miss Owens and Ms. McQueen's first grade class, they just joined us. Miss Lynn says they would go in their shelters and stay out, they will go their shelters and stay out for most of the day. And I want to give a shout out to Miss Milbert. She just posted on Twitter a picture. They are making some UV bracelets as they're watching and learning about the solar eclipse with us today. So shout out Miss Milbert.
Thank you, Miss Milbert, for that. And we're actually going to be making some of those UV bracelets a little later on today. So they've done a great job. I want to share with you a bracelet that one of our team members made today. So this is made out of glow in the dark and solar system beads. So beautiful beads that they made for us today as a thank you for being here. They also created this beautiful wood engraving. So thank you to the Whittington family, Paisha and her two kids, Chloe and Zane, for creating this for us today. You'll also notice that we're wearing these really cool t-shirts, and I'm going to take the credit for designing these. But these are our solar eclipse team, and they also put the date on here of 4/8/24 and our location, because for this day, we are all connected under this same sky by experiencing the solar eclipse, the totality of the solar eclipse. And reminder, we are in Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which is in Peninsula, Ohio. We're here today on behalf of the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, the National Park Foundation, and with funding today from the Cuyahoga Conservancy. So a shout out to all of these amazing organizations that were allowed us to live stream all day to you. We're going to be cutting away in just a few minutes to get ready for our next activity. But Miss Leanne, do we have anything else in the chat window?
River has a bracelet just like that. So
oh, nice. Where
always,
did River get that one?
Yep, always cool to match.
Very nice. So it's exciting. Ms. Lynn, you just shared some stuff with us, but right now we have 292,000 kids that are watching this in some way or another, and we think that is wonderful. We also
actually, Dr. Drizzle, that's an outdated number. We are at 296,592.
Team, we are at 296,000 watching right now. So give a big hand to all those out there that are watching us today. Thank you, teachers, for taking that moment to share this exciting activity with your students. So we're going to take about a 3-minute break and get set up for our next activity. Teachers, if you are following along, you're going to know that our next activity is the solar cookers. So if you want to get those materials ready so we can create our solar ovens, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in 3. So, hey everyone, this is Dr. Drizzle, again coming to you live from Cuyahoga Valley National Park, here with a team of educators from around the country who are dedicated to our mission at Expeditions in Education. We are Expeditions in Education, and we encourage you to check out our website, where you're going to find a plethora of activities for teachers, educators, families, students, all free, because we know that education is important and we want to make it equitable for everyone. We are getting ready to start our next activity in just a few moments, but I want to see, Miss Leanne, if there's anything in the chat window we need to know about.
Yeah, absolutely. Miss Bennett's class, they made solar ovens in their STEM classes out of pizza boxes. So they're looking forward to seeing what you all are doing. And they say, thank you so much for doing this live event.
Nice.
We did have a question from Miss Peterson's second graders. What's the best way to safely wear Eclipse glasses with regular glasses, over or under their regular glasses?
Oh, that is a great question. So today I'm going to be putting mine over my glasses because I can't see very well. But here's the thing, they have to fit over the glasses. So if you don't think yours will work over the glasses, will you please make sure that you put them on and over your ears? Miss Amanda, I need you to find the other Amanda. That's what I need for you to do. Thank you so much. We have so many moving parts happening here right now that I'm sending people everywhere and not giving them the right instructions. But that was a great question, Miss Leanne. Thank you. Do we have another one?
That's it for the chat.
Perfect. Well, we're getting ready to start our next event here. We have a little lull. People are taking some snack breaks. If you could see out into the field, it's more people are arriving. They've got their chairs out in this huge field. We're actually going to pan around and see if we can see some of this. Not a lot of people here yet, but we do have a line in the parking lot. I think we can get about 226 people here with cars, so it's going to start filling up pretty soon. So I'm going to go off for 1 minute and come back, and let's get ready for the solar cookers. Miss Leanne, can you tell me again who just won our next Marvin and Huck?
That would be Miss Emily Milbert's class. She was our big Twitter poster with her UV bracelet. So Miss Milbert's class, congratulations.
Congratulations, Miss Milbert. We love that you're sharing the love of Marvin and Huck with your kids. Well, we're getting ready to start another activity, and I think our team is very excited about this one. They were more excited when they thought that I had brought marshmallows, but we didn't bring marshmallows. But I'm going to bring Amanda back in here for just a moment. Amanda, we know that you guys bring kids here for overnights.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your camp?
Yeah, so we run an environmental education center. There are 500 acres on our campus, 7 buildings, 2 dormitories. We can have up to 128 people there at a time.
Wow.
Yeah, so we provide all of the meals, we provide all of the activities. So kids come out and spend 3 days or 2 nights, or 2 days and 1 night with us, and we're with them the whole time.
So do you ever have s'mores?
Yes, we do. We always have s'mores.
What is your favorite s'more?
I like the classic.
Okay,
Yeah.
which is going to be just your
Hershey.
graham
My
cracker.
graham cracker, my Hershey's, like 3 of the little pieces of the big bar, and then a marshmallow, toasted, a burned marshmallow, smushed all together. That's my perfect s'more.
Well, we're actually going to use the power of the sun right now to create our own solar cookers because we can't build any fires right here.
Right, can't build any fires right here, but you can use the sun as your fire.
Absolutely. So come back in a little bit and I may have a marshmallow for you.
Oh, sounds good. Thank you.
Nice. All right, so that means we are getting ready for activity number 3. We are working on our solar cooker. So let's go to the deck for just a moment and let's see what's happening here. So our solar oven cookers is what we're going to be creating today. Now, I'm going to tell you that there is nothing better than a s'more over an open fire. And although I know that we have our traditionalists that love just the Hershey's, I have found out over the last couple years that you can use Reese's peanut butter cups, you can use peppermint patties, Mounds bars. Now, I bet you're getting a little hungry right now. Now, I don't have that chocolate here for you, but I do have an opportunity for you to create your own solar oven cooker so that you can cook your s'mores anytime that you want to. So let's learn a little bit about solar oven cookers with our first video about the power of the sun.
Space Place. In a snap, where does the sun's energy come from? Every 1.5 millionths of a second, the sun releases more energy than all humans consume in an entire year. Without the sun, there would be no light, no warmth, and no life. Its heat influences the environments of all the planets, dwarf planets, moons, asteroids, and comets in our solar system. How does a big ball of hydrogen create all that heat? The short answer is that it is big. If it were smaller, it would be just a sphere of hydrogen, like Jupiter. But the sun is much bigger than Jupiter. It would take almost 1,000 Jupiters to fill it up. That's a lot of hydrogen. That means it's held together by a whole lot of gravity. And that means there is a whole lot of pressure inside of it. In fact, the pressure is so intense and the density so great that the hydrogen atoms collide with enough force that they literally meld into a new element, helium. This process, called nuclear fusion, releases energy while creating a chain reaction that allows it to occur over and over and over again. That energy builds up. It gets as hot as 27 million degrees Fahrenheit in the sun's core. The energy travels outward through a large area called the convective zone. Then it travels onward to the photosphere, where it emits heat, charged particles, and light. That heat powers the chemical reactions that make life possible on Earth, allows gases and liquids to exist on many planets and moons, and causes icy comets to form fiery halos. Those particles create a solar wind that pushes against.
All right. Well, we know that the sun is very, very powerful. So let's take a look at the deck right here. We're going to keep it on here for just a few minutes. We're going to tie this 30-minute lesson to the UN Global Goal of Global Goal 7, energy, clean energy. So we know that we can power stuff through the sun, through wind, and through water. And we're going today to harness the power of the sun to build a solar cooker. Now, the materials that we're going to need for this are a cardboard box with a lid. You're going to need some aluminum foil, some black construction paper or a black crayon. You're also going to need some clear plastic wrap, scissors, and tape. So let's look at here what I have. So I actually have a box that does open and shut. So let me show you this. So this one opens and it will shut. And what I have done is I have cut out a flap on the top of the box so that it opens and closes like this. Now, what I'm going to need to put into the bottom of the box is a piece of black construction paper. So let me grab that really quickly. Now, the reason we're going to be using black construction paper is we want to attract the sun. We want to attract the sun, and we're going to be able to do that by putting a piece of construction paper on the bottom of this pizza box or this solar cooker box. Now, if you do not have a piece of black paper, you could use a crayon or Sharpies, but I happen to have one. So I am going to lay this in here. Now, if I wanted to make sure that it stayed for a long time, I might tape it down. But since we're just doing this as an example here, I'm going to lay it in here. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get me some aluminum foil. And I am going to put the aluminum foil on this flap. So remember this flap that we cut out, this piece right here. I want to cover this with aluminum foil so that I can reflect the sun. Remember, we are connecting this to UN Global Goal number 7. We are going to harness the power of the sun to create our own oven. So I could tape this on the back if I wanted to, and I'm probably going to suggest that you do that in just a few moments when you build yours. But for right now, I'm just going to wrap it around. Now we have our black paper in here where we are attracting the sun. If we wear black outside in the summer, usually will give us really hot. Now we're wearing black today, but it's cool, so that's going to be okay. And we're using this aluminum foil because we are going to reflect the sun. But I need something else here that's going to protect the food that we put in our oven. Now, if I were at home right now, I would use saran wrap, but I'm going to be using a plastic bag. I'm going to show you what it looks like if I can just grab a plastic bag. So if you have something like this is actually a candy bag, but you can tape this across the top. Let me show you my smaller little pizza oven that I made earlier. This is out of a very small box. Now this has the black in the bottom. It has the flap that's covered with aluminum foil. And now this little bag here that I have, I'm going to put it over
It'll make it all nice and warm and mushy.
this. Well, the wind is not participating right now, so I'm going to stop that, but I'm going to go to a full screen for just a moment. Let me go to Steve, if you can go to a full screen for just a moment. Thank you very much. So here is my little solar cooker. I'm going to put my marshmallow in here or my piece of chocolate, and I'm going to then close this completely so I don't have any bugs get inside. Remember, this is covered with plastic. And then this one's actually staying up by itself, but if you have a pencil or a stick, you can prop this open. You want to take this outside and you want to reflect the sun. So if you can see right here, I'm moving this little lid back and forth. This is a reflective material. So once the sun hits this flap, it's going to project the light into this container, which is going to heat up this black paper. And in a few moments, if you have a sunny day, your marshmallow is going to be cooked. Now, you're probably asking, what else could you cook on this? Well, I don't suggest you cook anything except melting chocolate or marshmallows, or I have made with my grandson little pizzas. I took the top part of a hamburger bun and put tomato sauce on it and sprinkled cheese and warmed that up. But you don't want to put any other type of meat in here because this will not cook to the temperature that would be safe to eat for any other material or any other food. Miss Leanne, let's see what's happening in the chat window. Any questions coming in about our solar cookers?
No questions, but we did have a comment from Miss Danius. They are cooking solar s'mores, and they had a little starry in quotation marks with them. Starry are the little they're drinks like Sprite or Sierra Mist 7-Up. So they're called starry. So a little snack in Miss Danius's world.
I love that. You know, if they were to be able to get a photo of that and share that with you in the chat window or up on the Padlet, we would love to be able to share this to our audience later today. Now, Miss Leanne, I've done a lot of camping with you in the last few years. What is your favorite s'more?
Oh my goodness. You know, I'm a little extra. So my favorite is some graham cracker and a toasted marshmallow, not burned, but very melty, golden brown, with a Ghirardelli raspberry chocolate bar on it.
Okay, you are very extra. I know that normally you want to have pink on when you're around celebrating science and STEM and nature. So that raspberry makes a lot of sense for me. Let me ask the kids in the that are watching today, what are your favorite types of s'mores? Will you drop in the chat window what your favorite chocolates would be to make your type of s'more? And while
So
you're doing that, oh, go ahead.
let me throw out, Miss Gray is joining us from Northern California. It's really early there. School has not started yet, but she's on and the kids are coming soon. And we did have a question from Mrs. Neal, and I think you'll appreciate where this is from. They want to try the solar cooker there. The sun is super bright right now, but it's negative 9 degrees outside.
I will let you know that this will work in negative 9 degrees. Now you may freeze by the time you get something hot in there, but as long as you have that sun, you're going to be able to cook in your solar cookers. Remember, you're depending only upon the sun, the heat of the sun. So we'll be excited to see what happens with those particular solar cookers.
So we have Chris, who wants a regular s'more. Miss Boggs, a classic golden brown s'more. Yes, Miss Boggs, we are team golden brown. Miss Bennett, Hershey's and Reese cups. Dr. Drizzle, I know that you are a big fan of Reese cups in your s'mores.
I absolutely am. When you get that chocolate and that peanut butter melting, and I will tell you that I am team burn it. So I like that marshmallow as black as you can get it before it falls off of the stick. So you can still have your toasted brown ones, but I'm going to have my burned marshmallow.
Gemma says, try dark chocolate. Preston and Nolan like cookies and cream with theirs. Yummy. Ms. Adderley in the Bahamas. Welcome, Bahamas. They like the classic, but with extra marshmallows. Yum.
Can I just say real quickly, Miss Leanne, team, we just have our first school here from the Bahamas. Yay, team from the Bahamas is online with us. Excellent. Keep going, Miss Leanne.
Uplift has favorite chocolate is Reese's, and another vote for dark chocolate. Ms. Gray's class, Reese's cup is a favorite of the few kiddos in her class, and they are team toasted brown.
I love that. I love that. Well, I'm going to give you a few moments now to start working on those solar cookers. Now, kids, if you don't have the materials that you need today, I am going to turn it back to my screen for a moment, and I want you to capture these materials in your journals right now. So maybe this weekend you go home and you find all those shoe boxes and you turn those into solar cookers and cook for your whole family. Now, how cool would this be if you were able to create s'mores for your entire family? If you were to do that, we would love for you to share that, because that's a little bit of Eclipse in the Valley 2024 joy that's continuing all through the week. So make sure, if you're not able to build with us right now, that you write these materials down, because this is something that you possibly could find around the home or at a grandparents' home. In fact, this is a great activity to take over to your grandparents' home and cook s'mores with them. So let's come back to me for just a moment. Miss Leanne, I don't know about you, but this is making me awfully hungry right now.
Absolutely.
You can lift that down. So if you want to do your other
I want to shout out to our people from California that are just now joining our live stream. We are so glad you're here. And we can't wait to see what you create with us also. Take a look at our timer. for totality, I believe it says 3 minutes and 43, or 3 hours and 43 minutes. So we are counting down. Boy, it is a beautiful day today in Cuyahoga Valley National Park. We're here in Peninsula, Ohio with our live stream for the solar eclipse. We are called Solar Eclipse Chasers. We chase this from Chicago. There are hundreds of people around that are here to join us today to enjoy the eclipse. In fact, we have people out in the field in chairs. They've got little umbrellas over them. They've got their little coolers out there. They are ready to capture this day. We're here with a team of educators from around the country that are sharing these activities with students that are right in front of us and the families. It's fun to see the families that want to build with us. So we are excited to see what your solar cookers look like. We just got a question in from, I can't remember where they're from, but the question was, what actually is the path of totality? The path of totality is actually the track of the moon's shadow across the earth. And it happens during that solar total eclipse. That's when the observers can see that sun completely covered by the moon. In fact, if we were to write a country western song about that, it might be "Where'd the Sun Go?" or "That moon's done covered it again." That gives me a fun thing to think about. While you're creating your solar cookers, is there a favorite song that you have that kind of reminds you of the solar eclipse? I'm thinking back to an old song by a man named Bill Withers called "Ain't No Sunshine When You're Gone." What other songs do you have that you might want to celebrate the solar eclipse with? You can share that in the chat window or on social media. Our hashtag is hashtag Eclipse in the Valley 2024. So we're very excited for you to share what you're learning with us today. Miss Leanne, do we have any other questions?
Oh my goodness, you're going to love this one. It is very hard to find graham crackers here in Guatemala. So shout out, Guatemala's joining us. They make s'mores with, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, chiquis, a chocolate coated cookie.
Oh, I love that. Welcome, Guatemala. I'm really excited. Boy, it's getting crazy around here, and we absolutely love it. We're so excited that everyone is showing up today. We want to ask if there's one more question before we take a quick break. Miss Leanne?
I don't have a question. The sun is coming out in New Jersey. So Emily, yay for that. And if you're on this call, on this Zoom, and you're a teacher, and you sent in to the Padlet, Palmer, who's 7 years old in Decatur, Illinois, if you sent that artwork in, will you message me? You are going to get a Marvin and Huck prize pack.
Congratulations from Decatur, Illinois. We have a winner for the Marvin and Huck. Thank you for sending in your artwork. We will, during lunchtime today, during our lunchtime, we will try to get that artwork up so we can present that to everybody and let them see it this afternoon. Well, I'm going to give you a few minutes to work on your solar cookers. So I'm going to take a quick break and grab a swig of water, and we'll be back to you in about 4 minutes. All right. Well, as we wind up this part of half hour, I want us to go back to our journals. So I have a journal prompt for you. In your journal prompt, I want you to think about how could we help people less fortunate than us, maybe even homeless people, with this idea of solar cookers. Now, I don't want us to think about how we would just tell them to create their own. We need to be more empathetic than that. How could we, as a team of students, create solar cookers, really nice solar cookers, and then maybe take those out into the community and share those on a weekend with people that may not have the ability to create their own s'mores? So in your journals, how can you show compassion? How can you show kindness to the community by maybe building some solar cookers with the neighborhood or your community? So take just a moment to write in your journals, and then we would love for you to share those in the chat or up on the Padlet. Miss Leanne, as we're getting ready to do that, I know that you're also a teacher and you work with kids. Tell me about how kindness is important in your classrooms.
Oh my goodness. I think kindness is probably the most important thing in my classroom or any classroom, because if we can't be kind to each other, we aren't really good learners. And when you're in a kind place, when you're in a classroom that is full of kindness and inclusivity and people are connected to each other, the learning is so much more powerful and easily accomplished. Think about, do you want to learn where you look around and you see grumpy faces? Or do you want to learn where you look around and you see smiles and your teacher is smiling and your classmates are smiling, and it is just a great place that you can be yourself and you don't have to worry that, like, if you make a mistake, someone's going to laugh at you, because we're all in it together. So if you make a mistake, we're all going to chip in. We're going to figure out what went wrong. We're going to do better next time.
I love that. And I love that you exemplify that in your work with people, just in general. In fact, when we talk in our community about Leanne, we always talk about how kind you always are. So we know that you're a good role model for that. Well, I'm excited to see what your experience has been today with the solar cookers, but even more excited to see how you can take these solar cookers and produce kindness with those. So if you're able to do that, if you're able to cook one for your little brother or sister or for someone down the road, would you please share that with us? We're using the hashtag today, Eclipse in the Valley 2024. And that's because we're here today at Cuyahoga Valley National Park. Team, can I hear it? Woo! Yes, and did you hear with just a little bit ago, we had a school from Guatemala that is participating today, which is real exciting. And it looks like we just got an update on our numbers. We're at 296,000 and growing, because every time my phone vibrates over here, that is another 50 people that have just signed up for today's live stream. So that is very, very exciting. Well, we're getting ready to
Dr. Grizzle, can I share this from
Yes.
Uplift? This is a quote. Kindness is a part of you. You can't go anywhere without your kindness.
Oh, I love that. Kindness is a part of you. You can't go anywhere without your kindness. And boy, that is something we need in this world today. So thank you so much for sharing that. What a beautiful day this is turning out to be. Just because we're here at Cuyahoga, we have a beautiful sun out, guys. So we're getting ready to start with our next part, but we have another person we want to share with you today, another ranger that works with a special project that is happening here. So this is the microphone we're kind of sharing together. So Ranger Karen, thank you for being here today.
I'm glad to be here, and I'm hoping this weather stays with us.
It's going to. We've already put it in space like that.
Yes.
But now you're working on the special project here. Tell us about that.
Oh, well, I'm the park deputy superintendent, so
Wow.
I'm kind of responsible for overseeing all of the operations here at the park. So making sure everybody has a good and safe time here today.
Well, now you're sort of the big dog here.
Second in command.
Second in command, but we have a second in command deputy superintendent with us today. Can we hear him? Yeah, so we have 296,000 plus kids watching so far, and that's not even the ones we're counting yet. Can you tell us what's your favorite part about Cuyahoga Valley?
Oh, I just love the hiking trails here. It's wonderful. Right here in the middle of two big urban cities, Akron, Ohio and Cleveland, Ohio, you can get out on the trails and get in nature and just be minutes away from your home in the city.
Now, has this been your only park?
No, Oh, I have worked at 12 different parks. in
Oh
the
my
National
goodness,
Park
let's
Service.
start naming them. Let's test your memory.
Well, there's the Blue Ridge Parkway, Petrified Forest National Park, Pinnacles National Park, Klondike Gold Rush National Historic Park, Shenandoah National Park. Oh, I could go on and on.
Well, we have been to most of those, which is really exciting.
Good.
With Expeditions in Education, we have traveled to 160 plus of our national parks.
Wow, that's great.
Sharing the love of the parks with kids all around the country. In fact, about 3.8 million kids in the last few years. So thank you for inviting us here today.
Thanks for being a partner with the National Park Service.
Yes.
Yes.
So give everybody a wave out there. Yes. Thank you so much. Well, we're getting ready to do something really fun right now, guys. We're going to be working with what we call UV beads. So let's go to our deck for just a moment, and we're going to start. If you're writing in your journal right now, you might want to write down that we're working on UV bracelets. Now, earlier I showed you a bracelet that was hung onto my lanyard, but now we're going to do a bracelet that is even more exciting. Now, if you're in your classroom right now and you do not have UV bracelets, do not worry. One, it's okay. You're still here with us, and we're very excited for that. Two, these are pretty simple to pick up. In fact, the other day at the Dollar Tree, which is now $1.25, don't forget that, they had bags of UV beads there, but we're actually going to create some bracelets. We'd like to start first with our video that's going to share a little bit about UV bracelets and why the UV lights are so important.
Swirling spiral arms of galaxy M33 can be seen in visible light, but the true extent of these spiral arms are revealed in ultraviolet light. Just as a dog can hear a whistle just outside the range of human hearing, bugs can see light just outside the range our eyes can see. A bug zapper emits this ultraviolet light to attract insects. Johann Ritter conducted an experiment in 1801 to find out what, if any, electromagnetic waves are beyond violet. Ritter knew that photographic paper would turn black more rapidly in blue light than in red light. So he tried exposing the paper beyond the violet end of the visible spectrum. Sure enough, the paper turned black, proving the existence of light beyond violet, ultraviolet rays. These ultraviolet rays, or UV radiation, vary in wavelength from 400 nanometers to 10 nanometers and can be subdivided into three regions: UVA, UVB, and UVC. Visible light from the sun passes through the atmosphere and reaches the Earth's surface. UVA, long-wave ultraviolet, is the closest to visible light. Most UVA also reaches the surface, but shorter wavelengths, called UVB, are the harmful rays that cause sunburn. Fortunately, about 95% of these harmful UVB rays are absorbed by ozone in the Earth's atmosphere. UVC rays are the shortest and most harmful and are almost completely absorbed by our atmosphere. The ozone monitoring instrument aboard NASA's Aura satellite detects ultraviolet radiation to help scientists study and monitor the chemistry of our atmosphere, including UV-absorbing ozone. While atmospheric protection from harmful UV radiation is good for humans, it complicates the study of naturally produced UV rays in the universe by scientists here on the Earth's surface. Young hot stars shine most of their light beyond the visible light spectrum at ultraviolet wavelengths. Scientists need telescopes in orbit above the Earth's UV-absorbing atmosphere to find and study these UV-bright regions of star formations in distant galaxies. New young stars in the spiral arms of galaxy M81 can be seen in this Galaxy Evolution Explorer GALEX image from NASA. Chemical substances, both atoms and molecules, interact with UV light, making this region particularly interesting to scientists. An ultraviolet instrument aboard Cassini has detected hydrogen, oxygen, water ice, and methane in the Saturn system. UV data have also revealed details of Saturn's aurorae. Scientists also use UV waves shining from
So the materials we're gonna need for this are ultraviolet beads. We're gonna need pipe cleaners or stretchy cord, and we're finding that pipe cleaners or chenille stems are working very nicely. And then we're gonna need scissors. So let's come to me for a moment. I'm gonna get my hands ready here because we're actually going to create these beads. So I have this pipe cleaner here, and I'm going to start just choosing different colors of beads. Now, to make sure that it doesn't go through the other side, I may just make a little loop right here. And I could take them and change the colors. Sometimes you buy these and they're only one color, but don't you fear, because as we just figured out, ultraviolet lights do something really cool when they are hit by the sun. So I'm going to finish up here. You can put as many as you want to. We also found these are really cool if you use the UV beads, and you can sprinkle in other types of beads in there. So let me do this. All right, so I'm going to stand up and sort of show you what I have created here. All right, so I have these beads, and I'm going to put them on my wrist. And have we had, Miss Paisha, have we had any people come back that have shown us yet if their beads have turned colors? They are. So there's a little bit of light that's come under this tent right here. And I know this is kind of hard to see, but these beads, which were all white before, are now turning a light pink. We have a little bit of yellow. Now, some of you may think, oh my goodness, that is magic. Well, all magic is science. Remember that, kids. When you see magic tricks happening, there's a little science happening in that. So let's talk about that for just a moment. Let me ask you some questions and see if you can drop something into the chat window. Why do you think these UV beads are changing colors? Miss Leanne, do we have anybody that could answer that question? Why are UV beads changing colors?
We'll see what pops up. Shout out to Ms. Lynn's class. They've shared some awesome art on the Padlet, so we're excited to share that with you. We did have a question. How many people get to experience a solar eclipse?
Oh, wow. So we can tell you here, I can't even guess how many people are here, but whoever's in the path of it, I guess, can experience it. So in Ohio, we're basically in the path of totality. So everyone that's in that, now we are saying that in Indiana, maybe in Ohio too, when we were driving on the road, on the overpasses, they were warning people to pull off the road to photograph or view the eclipse. So I would say that everyone that's in the path is experiencing this all the way down from Texas, all the way up through Vermont. So that's going to be another crowdsourced question. Do you want to Google this for us? Find 3 sources that back it up. How many people will experience this solar eclipse totality today? A great question that we can have thrown into the chat window. Now, do we have someone that can answer that question for us? We had one of our people here that talked about the UV beads, so let's talk about those for just a moment. So there's a chemical substance that's embedded into this plastic, and that's what makes it change color when exposed to UV radiation, which is the sunlight. Now, we're under a tent right here, but if we were to pan around and sort of see the sun out there, Once these get into the sunlight, they are going to turn colors. And boy, we are seeing the colors brighten up here. It looks like everybody around here is now wearing one of these bracelets, which is really exciting. Now, here's going to be fun. What's going to happen when totality hits and all these bracelets have started brightening up? That's going to be a fun thing to see. Miss Lynn, how are we doing in the chat window?
We are good. Lots of these are cool things. No one is really popping in anything about those UV bracelets yet. They all think they're really cool, and everyone's trying to figure out where they can go to find theirs, so they can have their own set. You will know
Okay.
Mr. Krause, a favorite of all of ours. We're already plotting for summer of UV beads.
I love it. I love it. Well, you know, since we've been going for a couple of hours now, let's go back to a question that we got asked at the very beginning about what is a solar eclipse. So we know that a solar eclipse happens when the moon moves between the earth and the sun. And I did have those. Let me grab this for a moment. I'm going down, but I'm coming back up. So earlier we had these little props out here. So when the moon, which is this guy, moves between the sun that's out here and the earth and completely blocks it, we have what we call a total solar eclipse. Now, we also talked about a partial eclipse where the moon is not fully covering the earth. Now, we heard that several people are in a 90% partial eclipse today. And then we have an annular eclipse. Let's see if Miss Paisha can remember what her daughter did behind my head when we demonstrated an annular. Yes, we have all of those fingers or those rays pointing out. She's been wanting to put her fingers up behind my head as horns for the last 40 minutes. So we're glad that she did that. So remember, a solar eclipse happens when the moon moves between the earth and the sun. And we don't want that right now because we want these beads to get as much radiation, as much ultraviolet radiation as we can into these small little beads so that they will light up. Now, Miss Leanne, have we had anyone else post on the Padlet since our young man from Illinois?
Oh, yes, our Padlet is filling up with some cool artwork and some experiments like you just demonstrated, and some, oh, I see some solar cookers in there now.
Oh, nice. Nice. I can't wait to share all of those with you after our lunch today. Any other questions about solar eclipse? I have a team of experts beside me with iPhones that are ready to answer all of your questions if I can't. But what are we thinking out there? How's it going so far today? Are you feeling good about the solar eclipse? Are you having a great day of learning? Let us know in the chat window. If you're on Twitter or on Instagram or Facebook, we're using the hashtag Eclipse in the Valley 2024. Let me bring in Amanda again. Amanda is our key person here from the Conservancy. And Amanda, tell me about all these people that are coming. How excited are you?
So excited. This is great. It's wonderful to look out at the ledges and look across this beautiful field and see all of these people already claiming their spots and getting ready to witness the eclipse.
I love that we have people of all ages.
Yeah.
I mean, we have people in right now that are pretending to be kids
Yeah.
so they can get a solar or UV bracelet. And
Yeah.
I love that because this is one of those opportunities when everybody can be part of something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just real excited. Now, how long have y'all been planning this event?
Over a year. So we were just talking about how this time last year we did a little bit of rehearsal, finding out where the sun was going to be in different spots and trying to analyze how busy different areas of the park would be. But we've been planning for over a year.
Well, we know that Cuyahoga Valley National Park said to people around here, look, the best place to see this is in your backyard,
Yeah.
right? So I would imagine that a lot of people coming here today are from out of state.
Yeah.
They're not in the path of totality, and they came to one of the best parks in the country,
Yeah.
right, to
One of
witness
our
this.
rangers went and counted license plates and counted 20 different states just in this parking lot.
20 different states in this parking lot right now. And you may have not have heard this, but just a little while ago, we had numbers of 296,000 that were viewing live. Is that not
That's
exciting?
so exciting.
And
That's
we
thrilling.
could not have done this without you guys. So thank you so much for having us here today.
Thank you so much for being such an incredible partner.
We
We're
love
so,
it.
So pleased to have you here.
And we still have about 3 hours left before totality, 3 hours and 15 minutes. So we're going to keep moving. Miss Leanne, anything in the chat window for us?
We now have a class from Alaska. The kids aren't there yet, but they will be joining us soon. And
welcome, Alaska.
Miss Rignall's a third grade class from Kansas has joined us now. So we are moving right along, and the Padlet is filling up.
Nice.
You are going to love Miss Ferguson's class has just added a lot of things to the Padlet as well.
Well, we're excited about that, and we'll be pulling those up after lunch to work with, to show those different things. We did have another question come in, and let me grab that for just a moment. So this one's a little bit harder to understand, but I'm going to try to explain this one. So the question was, why don't we have these solar eclipse every month? Well, although for us, that would be awesome. That would wear us out if we were trying to do these every month. But the solar eclipses don't happen every month because the moon's path around the earth is tilted about 5 degrees. So if I were to keep my arms out straight, we know that this line here, all of this space in here is 180 degrees. If I were to pull one of my arms straight up, this distance between here, these degrees are 90 degrees. Now, as I go further over and go all the way down to here, this is about 5 degrees. So the difference between here. So we know that the earth, the moon's path around the earth is tilted about 5 degrees compared to the path of the moon around the sun. So that means most of the time, the moon's shadow is either above the earth or below the earth. And a solar eclipse can only happen when the sun and moon and earth line up so close together. And that only happens about every 18 months. So if you were to say every 18 months you can chase a solar eclipse, I think that would be awesome. But remember, they don't just happen in the United States. They happen all around the world. In fact, one of the longest ones was 6 minutes and some seconds. Didn't happen here. That might be a good question too. I'm going to see if any of my researchers out there want to tell me where the last 5 paths of totality solar eclipses happened in the U.S. Now I'm going to give you 2 of them today and in 2017. What were the next 3 most recent solar eclipses that happened in the United States? That is going to be a question. And Miss Leanne, we're going to do a sticker prize for that one. So if you can get a good answer from somebody, the last 3, not counting this one in 2017, we will mail some Marvin and Huck stickers to the student who can solve this problem.
All right, we will watch the chat for that information. And I was just about to say, we had a question. How long can a total solar eclipse last?
Yeah, so the longest is about 7 minutes and some seconds, but that's very rare. So today for us, I believe we're going to be in about 3 minutes and some change here. In some parts of the country, the total eclipse is only going to be about 2 minutes long. So I think we're very lucky that we're a little over 3 minutes today, which I think is going to feel like a lifetime, which I'm really excited about. We want to make a career connection right now. So did you know that playing with UV beads and pipe cleaners when you're young can lead you to a life of working in the jewelry factory? Yes, you too can make your own diamond rings. Let's take a quick look at what you can do in the careers of jewelry making.
Whether it's creating a diamond wedding ring or making a one-of-a-kind necklace, jewelers create wearable art. Jewelers and precious stone and metal workers design and make jewelry and often sell it as well. They also repair older jewelry and may appraise the value of both gems and jewelry. Precious metal workers use hand tools to shape gold, silver, and other metals. Gemologists use microscopes and computerized tools to examine gemstones or finished pieces and certify their quality. Jewelry appraisers research the jewelry market using reference books, auction catalogs, price lists, and the internet to determine the value of jewelry, and then write appraisal documents. They may work for jewelry stores, appraisal firms, auction houses, pawnbrokers, or insurance companies. Bench jewelers usually work for jewelry retailers, doing tasks ranging from simple jewelry cleaning and repair to making molds and pieces from scratch. Many jewelers and precious stone and metal workers are self-employed, selling products at trade and craft shows or online. Others work in jewelry stores, repair shops, and manufacturing facilities. Most have varied schedules and spend much of their time at a workbench. Although high school education and on-the-job training are typical paths to enter these fields, taking classes at a technical school may improve employment prospects.
So how cool is that you could be a jewelry maker? Now, Leanne, would you like some of your students in your classroom to take on that career?
I would love that. And I would even volunteer to be their marketing person or maybe even their model.
I love that. You know, kids, you can do anything that you set your mind to. At Expeditions in Education, we talk about how when your passion intersects your purpose, that's where you should live. That's where you should do all of your work and have your joy, when the things you love to do and the things you know you should do as a person intersect. A little bit of math there. So learning about UV beads today could turn you into a chemical engineer. You could be a different type of scientist. You could be an astronomer, or you could be a jewelry maker and work for a big jewelry company, or have your own small business at home. Want to thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're going to be taking about a 30-minute break in just a few minutes. Teachers, I'm going to have a video running the entire time. I'll give you a quick heads up. It is the women of NASA. This is all kid-friendly materials. And then also some things about NASA that they do in the International Space Station, which I think your kids are going to have a lot of fun watching. We are going to take a break here. We're going to sit for a moment and eat a quick sandwich so we can get ready for the last part of the day, which is just as full as the first part of the day. Before we go, though, I want you to give us a word that describes how you're feeling so far today about the possibility of seeing this total solar eclipse. So drop that one word. I know that's hard for some of you because you want to give us a whole sentence, but let's drop some words in there. And Leanne, can you share some of those words with us?
Excited in New Jersey, excited in Alaska. Someone popped in a question. We'll just put this in for answering later. How fast is the moon traveling around the Earth? How many days does it take for the moon to orbit around us? So we'll put that in our list to answer in a bit.
That sounds great. And did we get anybody to answer that question for us earlier about the last 5, not including the 2 that we had?
Nope, not yet.
Well,
Chris Prosciutto's class says they are excited but impatient.
Impatient. I love it. Well, I'm going to answer that question for you. April 8th is today. That's one. August 21st, 2017 was the last one past that. August let's see, let me go back to another total. Before 2017, it was July 11th, 1991. So I can imagine that none of you were even born then. And then the one before that was just the year right before that in 1990. So they don't happen very often here, but they do happen about every 18 months. We want to thank you. This is Dr. Drizzle at Cuyahoga Valley National Park with my amazing team of people. I'm going to ask everybody on this side if you'll just start, because you're taking a break. This is some of my team. Say hello to everybody here. They're having a great time. Wave, Miss Amy, there's Cassidy. All got up at the crack of dawn to get here this morning. Several of them played in soccer tournaments yesterday. So they are tired but happy to be here. We're going to be back at 12:40. Yeah, 12:45, but we'll start about 12:40. So enjoy the videos that are happening and don't log out of Zoom. Do not do that. You'll lose your seat. Our numbers are getting big. So don't go out of Zoom. Just hold on. And Miss Leanne, if there's no more questions from you.
So we had Map 101 is stoked. That's maybe my favorite
I love that you're
descriptor
stoked.
so far. And from Sarah, they have a variety of answers. Some are bored, waiting for it to happen. Others are really excited, and a few are just hungry and they're ready to eat.
Hungry and ready to eat. Well, I can tell you that if I don't feed these people up here really soon, they're going to get a little hangry too. So let me feed them and we'll be back to you in about 30 minutes. We'll see you soon, guys. We're going to be working now on something called a pinhole camera. Let me show you the materials that you're going to need for this. So you're going to need a small cardboard box. So after the small pin or needle, you're going to need some black electrical tape and a piece of white paper or photosensitive paper. So let's look here for a moment at what I mean by photosensitive paper. This is paper that I purchased online, and it is green on one side, but I had my teenage helpers go out and lay a piece of nature on top of it. And within 5 minutes, we had these beautiful photographs. Now, if I'd have let them stay out just a little bit longer, they would have been much darker and you would have seen more details. But how cool is this, that we were able to create photos using the sun's radiation, and we were able to capture things that were on the ground. So we're going to be using this today for these kids, but you can also use white paper and draw on your pinhole camera. So again, we're going to start with a box. What we did is we found a box that closed, but then we opened it back up and cut it in half because we wanted a small camera that we could hold. Now, back in the day, kids, we actually had more types of cameras like this. We didn't have our cell phones that we carried around all the time. We had real cameras. So this is one that you can make with very little money. In fact, if you can just go dig around in a recycling bin, this is how you're going to make it. So notice that this entire camera is completely closed except for one piece of it right here. So you're going to want one end of your box to be open. Now, what you're going to do next is you're going to take a piece of white paper or photosensitive paper, and you're going to lay down your box and trace around the box. Now, the reason we're doing that is we need to get a piece of paper that's exactly the same size as the box, okay? So once you've gotten that, you're going to stick it inside your camera so that the film is back here. Now, if you were ever able to deconstruct a what do you call them, automatic camera that you buy, a disposable camera, you would see the same things happening inside. There would be film going across the back. So you're going to put your white paper or your photosensitive paper back here. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to cover this side. and we're going to use tin foil. Notice that we have used tin foil quite a lot today. The next time you go to a dinner with your family or with your grandparents or at a church function, collect the tin foil that they're going to throw away because you can use it for so many products. And this is tied to UN goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. So if you will put your tin foil around here. Now, I would also use some really good tape. We're using black electrical tape, but you can also use Scotch tape or masking tape. And you're going to tape down this tin foil around all of these sides. Now, the next thing we're going to do is the reason this has its name. We're going to stick a pin inside this tin foil, and the bigger the hole, the larger the photo or the wider the photo, but you don't want it too big. So I'm going to stick it in, maybe turn it a little bit. And now I have a pinhole camera. Some people like to put another little hole right here so they can look inside while the image is actually being photographed. You are welcome to do that too, okay? Now, how do you work it? Well, you go take this out into the sun and you aim the hole at the sun, and whatever the sun is seeing at that moment photographs on the paper inside. Now, kids, if you're just using regular white paper, that's not going to happen today. That's just a model or a prototype. But if you were using this type of paper right here, and you put it in there and you put this out in the sun, whatever is being seen, whatever you're aiming at is what is going to photograph. So for example, if I were looking at this leaf in my camera, this is what would be photographed inside of my camera. I'm going to stop talking for just a moment, and I'm going to ask Leanne, are there any questions or comments in the chat window?
No questions as of yet, but Miss Montestero's class is excited to be here. They've joined us since the lunch break.
Well, we are glad you're here. Again, my name is Dr. Drizzle, and I work with our nonprofit called Expeditions in Education. And one of our favorite things to do is to work with students, but introduce them to the park. So we are at Cuyahoga Valley National Park in Peninsula, Ohio. And today we're sharing all of these amazing activities related to the total solar eclipse that is going to happen today in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we're really excited about that. Right now, we are building these pinhole cameras. Now, it'd be great if we could all afford really nice cameras, but how cool is it for today that we could build our own? Let me show you a couple of other things that are exciting about cameras. So we know that we're going to be looking at the sky in just a little bit to watch the solar eclipse. And we're going to be using, and being very careful, we're going to be using these solar eclipse glasses. Now, these glasses are certified ISO glasses, which means there's no way that we're going to burn our eyes with these. They've been certified by a company that says they're very safe. And the only way we're going to be able to look at the sun is to put these on, right? But if you don't have glasses and you still want to be safe, here's how you can view the total eclipse. You can take a piece of cardboard or paper and you can punch a little hole inside of it. Let me grab some scissors here. And I'm going to cut out a little space here. And once the sun is out, I can shine it, have the sun shine over my shoulder, and then I can look at the ground and see the shape it makes. Let me see if I can make this work now. I'm looking for a flashlight, and I'm going to see if we can make this happen. So Steve, we're going to move to my hands in just a moment. So I've got my paper, and if I shine, let's see. Let's see. I can't see from here, but I'm wondering if you can see a hole. All right, we're going to try something different. Come on down a little bit. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Do you see the hole on the paper? Help me for a moment. Can you? Well, let's try something else. So, Taisha has taken some foam board and she has put holes in it that spell out a word. Let's see if I can get it to shine here. It might just not be dark enough. Can we see it yet? Well, trust us, it will work. So that is another way you can look at the solar eclipse today. You can also take a colander from your kitchen, ask your parents first. You can have the sun behind you, let this colander, the sun shine through the colander, and you can see the eclipse on the ground. Why would we want a camera? Why would we want to photograph this today? Well, guess what, kids? Our best camera ever is our brain. So I know that today the ones that are here are mostly just going to watch it with your eyes and put that into their brain so they can remember everything. But sometimes we want to take photos of what we see. So let me ask you this. What is the most precious or happiest moment in your life that you have wanted to take a photo of? Miss Leanne, let's see if we can get, I'm going to ask you first. What is your favorite photo that you have?
Of any photos I've ever taken?
Any ever.
Oh my goodness. Well, first it would have to be something with my family, probably. But a very close second would be a certain sea turtle from Cumberland Island National Seashore.
That's correct. You went with us last summer when we took teachers there for STEAM in the Park, and we met a turtle named Stella, I believe.
Yes,
she was
indeed.
making her way back out into the ocean after she had just laid all of her eggs. And we yelled for Stella to come back. So I love that your family was first and then a special memory. Do we have anybody that wants to drop in the chat window what they like or what they would want to take a photo of?
Not really. So Miss Ferguson's class, Mary loves photos of animals. Avea loves photos of trees. Miss
Nice.
Frederick's class, shout out, they're just joining us. Family, nature. Miss Trowbridge's class, the sunset. Evan in Pennsylvania, an aviary. Oh, Miss Trowbridge's class is coming in with cats again. So many flowers. Selfie. Oh, you're gonna love this one, Dr. Drizzle. Selfies with his family from Webb.
I love that. Hey, Webb, I hope you're doing well.
Miss McLean's class loves photos of their classroom and learning. Shout out from Montana. Let's see, Miss Mangie's class, family, friends, and animals. And Jeffrey in Pennsylvania says his dad's truck.
Very nice.
Adderley in the Bahamas, the ocean and sea life. Pictures of leaves from Jayla, sea life from Miss Monastero's class, pets. Oh, people are really loving all of the things they can take pictures of.
Very nice. I love that. So building this pinhole camera today can help us see the sun without damaging our eyes or our equipment. We talked earlier about how we cannot look directly at the sun. Just like we get sunburn on our arms, we can sunburn our eyes. Now, I know that you're thinking, but I would never look at the sun. Once the moon completely covers the sun, we're going to be able to look at it without our glasses. But we have to be careful because it's not burning our eyes at all that we feel. But once it starts to move, we have to be extremely careful and get those glasses back on because we can permanently damage our eyes. We can sunburn our eyes, and we want to be careful on that. So let's go ahead and take a moment to either sketch our pinhole cameras, or if you don't have the materials today, can you go back to the materials list with me, and we'll have Steve put it back on the screen. And I want you to write down what you would need to do this weekend with your family. Now, if you've been with us for the last 3 hours, you may have an opportunity to make some more solar cooker with your family. You could do chalk art with your family, and you could also now build a pinhole camera with your family. Maybe they didn't get to experience this with you today, but you could have those experiences, and then that would be a beautiful picture to take. That would be a great photo to take a picture of. I would like for us to ask a question that we got earlier today. Let me grab my notes here. I had some questions from a student, and here they are. So one of the students asked me, what is the difference between a solar and a lunar eclipse? Great question. Today we're experiencing a solar eclipse. That is when the moon blocks the sun's light from reaching the earth. So in about 2 hours, it's going to be dark here, right? So we're going to be real excited for that. But then we also have a lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse occurs when the Earth's shadow falls on the moon, because the Earth is between the sun and the moon. So the moon and the Earth switch places for the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse. So great question that came in on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. Leanne, how's the chat window going?
We are still filling up with things we love about pictures. Let's see, from Eliora in Miss Ferguson's class, my dog when he was a puppy. Ocean life in Miss Johnson's class. Lions in Miss Mangie's Skills for Success class. Ms. Rignall's class says pictures of family, animals, friends, pets, vacation, sports, loved ones that have passed away, and achievements.
Oh, wow. So many things. Miss Leanne, can you share your Padlet again? And let's see if anything else has come in that we could share with the entire group, because I'm so excited to see those. I haven't been able to get to my computer yet.
Oh my goodness, they're wonderful. So we have Omar, Moises, Moham, and Hamas. As you can see, they all did their solar eclipse drawing. I love Moses he has such rings of fire around the outside of his sun. Jad, Jamarian, Avina, and Johanna, the same thing, those great drawing skills. Jamarian even added the trees, maybe the ones near where you're at, so that it looks like he's viewing it from a forest.
I love that.
Oh, it's beautiful. I can't wait for you to get to see these. Nabat also has a great drawing. And then Miss Ferguson shared several pictures of things they were doing in their class. Webb with a demonstration of the sun and the moon using, those look like maybe ping pong balls and a stick. We have one that's using a flashlight and casting a shadow onto their whiteout board in their classroom. And then Rebecca, Rabine, and Madeline have solar cookers they're holding up. Looks like they did a great job with those.
I love that so much.
Several of the sidewalk chalk. So some budding artists there in looks like Miss Ferguson's class.
Very nice. Well, we'll share a few more of those a little bit later, but I want us to get to our our journal prompt. So we're actually going to go to the deck right now, and here is our prompt for today for this activity. Would you like to take all of your photos through a pinhole camera? So this is one of those would you, right? So would you like to take all of your photos like this through a pinhole camera? Why or why not? I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to write in your journals, and I'll be right back to hear some of those answers.
Teachers, while we're waiting, check your private chats. You can pull up the chat and just check. There should be a direct message to see if you have won one of our Marvin and Huck prize packages.
All right. Leanne, I'll ask you first. Would you like to take all of your photos with a pinhole camera?
I don't think I would like that. I like the quick turnaround of just pointing my phone at something and clicking a button.
Yeah, I do like the idea of digital, having um, that instant gratification of a photo. I know that on my camera, one of the best things I love to take pictures of are my family and my friends. So I have so many pictures up here of my grand boys, Oliver and Lincoln and Tony, who live in Chicago near us. So I like to have those immediate things. But isn't it cool though that science is so great that we can create our own cameras without having to spend a lot of money?
Absolutely is. Memphis from Kentucky says he would not like to use that for all of his pictures because it would take a very long time to get the faces of his family.
I love that. You know, and back before cameras, the way we got pictures when we were just taking sketches, we were just drawing things. So we're getting ready to do a switch up here, which is really exciting.
We have a
we're
question if you've got time.
Yeah. Yes.
So Miss Frederick's class wants to know what is different today than any other day that our eyes would be damaged from the sun.
So our eyes are always going to be damaged if we look up at the sun right now, always, no matter what thing. So when you're looking at the sun, our bodies don't let us look at it that long. Once our eyes see it and you start to tear up or you start to hurt, you immediately look away, and that is our protection. But during a solar eclipse, the moon completely covers the sun, and you can take your protection off and look straight at the sun because it's being covered. The reason we wear glasses right before and right afterwards is when the sun is beginning to be covered, we don't get that sensation to sneeze. We don't get the sensation of our eyes tearing up. Our body doesn't tell us no because it's almost covered. So on days when we don't have our body telling us not to look, we have to take care of ourselves. And that is the reason we're using solar eclipse glasses during our totality today. All right, we are heading towards totality in just 2 hours, my friend. 2 hours is totality. So we're going to take a 1-minute break and get set up for our next event. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we are back and we actually have another guest with us. This is Miss Alex, and Miss Alex works with the AmeriCorps Association, and we actually worked with 8 interns in Puerto Rico a couple weeks ago. They volunteered for a whole year to be down there and work. So tell us a little bit, we're going to be sort of sharing my mic, so let's stay kind of close together. Tell us a little bit about, you can talk to the camera, what you're doing here at the park.
So I work in environmental education and community outreach. So I've been going out into the community in Cleveland and doing after school programming that has to do with environmental education and working specifically with stuff about the eclipse.
Okay.
So I've been doing that for the last couple of months.
How did you become part of ACE,
Um,
AmeriCorps?
So I was looking for something to do after school, and I wanted to do something that would make a big difference. And there were some AmeriCorps volunteers at my school because I went to Ohio University. And I really liked what they were doing because they were going out into the community in Athens, where Ohio University is. And I wondered if there was anything like that for national parks. And then I got lucky and I found this position up here in Cuyahoga Valley. So this is actually my second year here and I love it.
What's your most favorite thing to do?
I think my most favorite thing is actually just being with the kids and seeing that light bulb moment when they learn something new and they think it's really, really cool. And just making learning fun for them. I think that's the best.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We're talking to about 297,000 kids right now. So it might be your largest audience ever. So can you give them a little piece of advice if they're sitting in the classroom, maybe wanting to do what you do in a few years?
I would say make learning fun for you. There are different ways that you can make things happen. Like not everybody likes flashcards, but maybe you like drawing and that's your way. That's what I do a lot. So find a way that makes learning fun for you and you'll never go wrong.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We want to learn more about the books written by Kate Allen Fox. Just look her up on the internet. Go to Amazon where I purchased this book, and let's support these amazing authors that are writing stories that are so precious. What do you love to do that gives you joy? Teachers, my teen teachers around here, I hope you heard that question because you're going to come over and answer it in just a moment. What do you love to do that gives you joy? So Paisha, come on over. I see you walking away. This is Paisha Whittington. She's a teacher from Covington, Indiana. What do you love to do that gives you joy?
We as a family love to be outdoors and enjoying this beautiful day and the nice weather and the great people that we get to be here with.
Yeah, and I know that camping and fishing and boating is really up your alley with your kids. And both of your kids are here today helping out. They've been the photographer for today, their supply management. They're doing a lot of things. So thank you for joining us today. I love it. Amanda, come tell us about. Come around this side. Tell us what brings you joy. This is Amanda Rupp. She's a teacher from Kentucky. What brings you joy?
I really love traveling. I really like to cook. I like to cook for people.
So you need to be a chef on a ship.
Maybe.
Because you would travel everywhere.
Food truck.
A food truck. That's it. She's going to open up a food truck. Don't worry, Kentucky. She's not going to leave teaching, I promise. But she loves that. I love that too. So our next person coming up is Tiffany, and she's going to run around to the side over here. And I know that Tiffany has so many things that bring her joy. But Tiffany is a teacher from Indiana, who is
moving to Wyoming. I teach 5th grade. So hi everybody, so excited to see you. Glad you're here with us.
she's not very excited about things, so this is going to be a hard question for her. But
Woohoo, Tiffany!
Yeah, what brings me joy is my friends, my family, my students, especially when they're being hard workers, when they're being good listeners. That brings me joy. And being outside like we are today.
I love it.
Yes.
Thank you
You're
so much for
welcome.
coming to help us.
Hi, everybody.
Amy, is Amy down there? Someone take her place for a moment so she can come over and tell us. Amy is our local Ohioan, and she is a teacher also. So Amy, come on this side, and can you tell us what brings you joy?
Oh, this national park right here. Being in this park. This brings me joy.
Now, have you always lived near here?
I have always lived near here, so I've hiked the trails here for years and years.
And both of your children are here today helping us out with supplies and building, and now one's down there helping some students build together. So thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate you. All right, Sarah, someone's going to take Sarah's place, and then my two others are on deck for just a moment. Sarah, right over here. Hi. Sarah is from Decatur, Illinois. And Sarah, what brings you joy?
Well, there are a lot of things that bring me joy, but visiting the national parks are one of my new favorites, thanks to you. She took me to my first one, and now I've been to 7.
Absolutely. And you brought your whole family today. So Ryan is here behind the scenes with photography and fire and electricity and all the things back there. And then both of your kids are here helping us. This is Marissa, who's been working as one of our photographers today. And this is Cassidy, who has been helping amazingly stocking our supplies. So thank you guys so much for coming today and helping.
Joy.
Nice, nice. Sarah, can you go down there for a minute? Lindy, would you come up and tell us real quickly what brings you joy?
Hi, my friends, my family, my Firefly friends from Deja. So absolutely love this team in the park and the national parks. My goal is to hit all 63 before I turn 63.
And
so
where do you teach?
I teach at Logan Elm Elementary in Circleville, Ohio.
Well, can your two other friends come over? Her colleagues come over? This is your moment.
Yeah, I brought my two friends with me. We travel together.
And we are very glad that you're here. And what brings you joy?
Oh, my family, my friends, these wonderful friends that give me opportunities to do things like this that I absolutely love, being outdoors and enjoying everything life has to offer.
Nice. And what about you?
My family and the connections I make at work and getting kids outside. I get such joy when kids are having a good time outside.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. All right. So we are at the time, let's see, 1:34. Leanne, do we have anything in the chat window?
Oh my goodness, the chat has been blowing up with things that bring people joy. Like playing with toys, singing songs, traveling, spending time with family and friends, reading, playing games, being with people he loves. Miss Montesero's students are saying they sing, listen to music, play guitar, and create videos. Being with family and friends, being a part of your tribe, Daisha. That's from someone in Alaska, you might know. Family is a big theme. We've got some Texas people on with us now, and nice. They say hello, Dr. Drizzle.
Hello.
Manchester, Tennessee is in with us. Hello, Dr. Drizzle. And then we now have somebody coming in and saying baseball brings them joy. So getting some sports in there now as well. Robots, arts, texture.
Well, we are so glad to have all of you on. I can't see the ticker, the countdown, but I think we're 1 hour and 39 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour and 39 minutes to totality. Woo! We are almost there. I cannot believe we're getting very, very close. So in just a few minutes, we're going to start our next activity, which we're really excited about. And it's going to be our sun catchers. Is our next activity sun catchers? And we're excited about that. So if you can give me about 2 minutes, Leanne, I'm going to let you, if it's okay with you, share a few more of the Padlet artifacts that have come in, and I'm going to take a quick water break.
Oh, and actually, let me put it down when it looks like it's starting to explode.
All right, let's take another look at our Padlet. We had some great some chalk art come in. This is a solar cooker. You can see the marshmallows in there. This is Miss Ferguson's class as they're working on their projects. This is a different first, second, and third year art from, let's see, MAP in Illinois. Good job. Solar cooker from Carly at Uplift. She's showing it there. Sidewalk chalk going on in Miss Ferguson's class. I know Miss Ferguson's class is in Columbia, Tennessee. So shout out to those students and that teacher. Another drawing from MAP in Illinois. Good job with all of the different stages there. Miss Trowbridge's class and their UV bracelets. Love that they're sharing that. And I loved Miss Trowbridge took her class out and they practiced using their solar glasses. I think that is a great thing to do. Practice using them before the hour is at hand. And we have a video here. I won't play this right now, but a student explaining that magic is science. Nice. We'll have to listen to that soon. Miss Ferguson's class, look at this drawing. Whomever this artist is, quite talented there with the eclipse and the stars going on. Good job. And if you see, this is the lining of, looks like the entire sidewalk that Miss Ferguson's class took over there at Woodard Elementary. So we've got some great artists going on there. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and take a look back at the chat. Hello, Miss Simpson's class in, let's see, that's Smyrna Elementary in North Carolina. It looks like we are so glad you are here. Oh, and that's a math question. And if you knew me, you know that I don't math. So I'm going to save that one. And Dr. Grizzle, when you are ready, I'm going to ask you a math question from Smyrna Elementary.
So we're going to have a math question. I think I'm ready for that. Here is the math question.
All right, here you go. What is the math equation to figure the totality versus partial and timing?
So say that really loud again.
What is the math equation to figure the totality versus partial and timing?
The math equation that compares totality to the partial
and the timing.
And the timing of it.
See,
we may have to bring out an abacus for that. So
yeah, I don't math, so that's out of my league. And hello, Miss McCall's class in Morehead City, North Carolina. I believe Miss McCall is a teacher who has that traveling book mobile.
She is.
She got the grant for.
Yeah, she went to New River with us last year.
That's right. Miss Monastero's class is gathering their materials for their pinhole cameras. Good job. And hello from Miss Mako's 6th grade class in Pittsburgh.
Very nice. Well, we're going to be starting our last activity before the eclipse, and it's coming up very, very soon, maybe about 2 minutes. So kids, hang on. And when we come back, we'll be getting ready to build our eclipse sun catchers. So teachers, if you'll get those materials ready for your students, and we will, things are picking up here at the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. We are a little over an hour to totality, and people are excited. They're coming in with strollers and chairs and wagons. They're riding, they're walking, they're playing cornhole, they're playing soccer. It's a beautiful day here at Cuyahoga Valley National Park in Peninsula, Ohio. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, everybody, we are back and we have another guest with us today. How cool is it that we're at Cuyahoga Valley National Park and the park rangers are everywhere, which we love. Let's give it up for the park rangers. Yes, yes, yes. So Maria Mar is our new friend that we just met here. She is a park biologist. Come a little closer because we're sharing a microphone here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got here and what you do here?
Okay, yeah, my name is Dr. Maria Mar Gutierrez. I've been with the Cuyahoga Valley National Park for about a year and a half, and I am a biologist here. And what that means is that my job is to protect the natural resources in this national park. And I got here because I love wildlife. I love animals, and that's my specialty. I work with migratory birds. So I spend most of my time thinking about birds, thinking about how to protect them and how to share them with our park visitors.
I love that. Coming here to this park, what animals will we find?
Oh, all kinds of things. We have so many white-tailed deer. We have lots of beaver and river otters. We have great blue herons. And then here very shortly, we'll be getting a lot of our migratory songbirds coming through the park.
And that just makes your day, doesn't it?
It makes me super happy.
Yeah. So one of the questions we had earlier from a student was, we have to wear these today, but why do animals not have to?
Because animals do not tend to stare straight at the sun. They have a better sense than we do sometimes. They know not to look directly at it.
Yeah, I love that. So sometimes animals are smarter than we are, guys. Now today we have this reason to want to look at the sun, right? We also talked about on a normal day that we're looking up there right now, we can't look at it. We start to sneeze, our eyes burn, our body says no, 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 right? But when it starts to cover, we're like, ooh, let's do it. But the animals are just smarter. So we don't need to add, the white-tailed deer do not need solar eclipse glasses.
No,
That's good.
they don't, because they won't look up.
Yeah. So where do you want to be in 20 years?
I want to still be in this park. I love this park. I love Northeast Ohio.
I love that. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We're glad you're here, and we love this park too.
Yeah.
Go Cuyahoga. Yes, everybody. Thank you so much. All right. So, boy, guys, this time has really flown by. We are a little over an hour and 20 some minutes to totality, but I just want to check my schedule really quick and make sure I am on task. And someone confirmed that it's almost 1:45. It is 1:45. And we're going to start again, but we have a request first, and let me read that request. Show the pics with the pinhole camera again. So what do you mean, Leanne?
I think they're talking about the samples when you showed with the photosensitive paper where they laid things.
Yeah, so we're looking for that paper again. Now, we will tell you that this fades away after a while. So when you take a picture and it goes onto film, you then take it into what people call a dark room, and you put it into water and you process it. In fact, there's actually directions with this that tells you, if I can find those, and I can't find them right now, but there are directions that say after you've taken this photo, if you put it into water and something else, it will set the picture. But this is one of the pictures. This had 3 little leaves on it, which you can kind of see a little bit of it. This one is completely faded away. Like you can't see this one at all. And this one has just a little bit. So this is photosensitive paper that we purchased online. So there you go. Does that help, Leanne?
I think that's what they wanted. And one more thing, they want to know what will happen if you look at the sun while it is hidden by the clouds and then the sun peeks out. Will it have the same effect?
No. The clouds are not solid, right? So clouds are made up of moisture, droplets of rain, and the moon is a solid fixture in space. So when the moon passes in front of the sun, there's no way for the sun to peek out. When sun goes behind clouds, we can sometimes look up there, but you still just see the clouds, and it doesn't really get as dark as it's going to get here in totality. Now, let me also say this. There are some clouds here today, right? The sun is out, but we do have some clouds. So there is the possibility that the sun will be behind the clouds when we go into totality. That's not going to take away from the experience, because we are going to have a beautiful experience here. So great question. And we're going to go ahead now and head into our Eclipse sun catcher. So we'll go back to the screen for just a moment.
No, I didn't get one of those.
And we're going to take remember to share. You're already sharing. I don't need to put that up there again. We're going to share something really quickly about sun catchers and the colors that we see in the sky. So there is no sound on this one, students. This is not a trick. This is just for your eyes to gaze at the beauty that is found in the lights of the sun. Just check out all of the shades and rays and colors that you see. Are amazing colors, things that we see in nature all the time, and the beauty of the sun. So today we're going to try to recreate a little bit of that magic. So our materials today are going to be black and yellow construction paper. Now we are going to be emulating this solar eclipse. If you're making any other type of sun catcher that has to do with nature, then you feel free to choose colors that represent what you are making. But we're going to go with today the black and yellow construction paper. You may need pencil or chalk from the earlier time today when we did Eclipse chalk art, scissors, a hole puncher, and we have scissors twice, so we may have to use two different pairs of scissors to cut because I put it on there twice. So let's start looking at what we're going to do here. So I'm going to show you what I have. So I have yellow and black construction paper here, and I also have a paper plate that I'm going to trace, and by the magic of magic, I'm going to pretend like I'm tracing it here, and in just a moment, watch, here we go, I did a black one. Oh, there it is. I just traced it. Look how fast that was. You didn't even see that happen. So now we have this black paper that's been traced, trying to figure out which way to move here. The wind's going to blow it everywhere. And then I'm going to trace my yellow one. And all of a sudden, I'm cutting out with my imaginary scissors. And look what happens. I have a sun. Actually, can we just bring the camera up a little bit? Because I can't lean over this far anymore. Okay, I'm just going to stand up. Here we go. I'm coming up. I'm rising like the sun. So now we have a yellow, and we're going to have a black one in just a moment. It's going to be magic. I'm going to pretend now that I'm cutting out my black piece. Now, here's the cool thing. This is not hard. And if you say, I don't do art or I'm not great at art, don't worry, because I'm not that great either, but I can still create Ta-da! 2 pieces of paper. So I have the sun and then I have the moon. Now notice that my sun is larger than the moon, which is true. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to punch a hole in this. Very simple, but we're going to do something cool with it in a moment. And now I'm going to take a piece of string. I actually have yarn. And now I'm going to tie a knot into this. And now because we have the sun and the moon and the sunshine and the wind, I have a beautiful sun catcher. And you're thinking, well, that's really simple. I could have done that. Well, I hope you did because we want to build these. But now here comes the creative part. On the yellow side, I want you to write a poem. Yes, I said it. We're writing a poem. Now, there's no grade on this. This is for just the beauty of writing. So you can write any type of poem that you want to, but if you would like to try a haiku poem, extra points for you. So a haiku poem has 3 lines, and it has 5 syllables in the first line, 7 syllables in the second line, and 5 syllables in the third line. And I would like to read to you one of my haikus that I wrote last night. I know you're thinking, wow, you had time to do that? And I did. So here's one of them. Can you be my model here? Come over here, patient. Sun's halo peeks out. Sun's halo peeks out. 5 syllables. Moon's fleeting cover, a tease. Moon's fleeting color, a tease. 7 syllables. So here's the sun peeking out. That inspired me. And then this is the tease. And then my last line is light and dark in bout. So now we have light and we have dark. Now you're probably asking, why is there some yellow out here? Because we're going to see that today. We're going to see something called Bailey's beads, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I'm going to do another one and see if this one did good too. Solar crown shines bright. So this is the solar crown, right? Eclipsed by moon's quiet might. So the sun is the let's see, what's my word? The sun is yes, it's the big one, right? It's big. It is known as the queen. But for a moment, the moon is coming to take over. And then the last line is day kissed by night's light. So here's the day, and it's kissed by night's light. I know you're saying, please give us one more. So I have more, so I'm gonna give you one more. Earth, moon, and sun align. Eclipse paints the sky in shades. A moment frozen in time. You're welcome. If you would like copies of this, I will sign them and send them to you free of charge. But the shipping and handling is $49.99. Okay, just saying right up front. But Leanne, I am asking now, I hope you got my note. I'm asking now for your haiku poem.
Daisha caught me off, but I love sun catchers so much. I'll do better next time.
I'll do better next time. Well, she did okay, but she did a word she did 5 words, 7 words, and 5 words. So your job, kids, is to do a true haiku, not a Leanne haiku. and make it 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and 5 syllables. So let's take a few moments to make our sun catcher and then write our poem in it. While we're waiting for those things to come in, I have another okay. So where is my papers with all my questions on it that I had? So we got to find that. It's really important.
I just
right,
dropped our journal prompt into the chat. What does your sun catcher represent?
Perfect, because I wasn't there yet. I love that. And you did it. I would have forgotten it because I've already skipped past that part. So let's go to that so they see it. So what does your sun catcher represent? Okay, I'm going to go off audio for 2 minutes and let you write in your journal. So are we in partial? I mean, are we? Yes. All right, guys. So we just got an update on our phone that we are 2 minutes out for the beginning of the eclipse. Now you're thinking, wait a minute, you said an hour and 15 minutes ago, or we saw an hour and 15 minutes. It's going to start about an hour and 14 minutes before the actual eclipse. So we're going to start noticing changes around here, and we'll sort of talk through those changes. But we're really excited because things are starting to look a little different already. And we have people all around the field that are set up. They're laying on blankets. They've got up their telescopes. They have cameras up. They are ready to enjoy this, which is really exciting for us. Leanne, do we have anything in the chat window?
We had one question about insects looking at the solar eclipse, but I'm going to assume that is the same as what we discussed earlier about animals, that they just have that innate ability to not do things that are dangerous, like looking at the eclipse.
Right. And what our biologist, Maria Mellis, said, she said that animals just don't look at the sun like that. They know better. We are humans, and sometimes we don't know better.
And we just had a very special classroom pop on with us. We have our first classroom from Hawaii joining us.
Aloha, Hawaii. Thanks for joining us today. We are so glad you are here. So, Leanne, I tell you what, if you wouldn't mind, can we share a few more things from the Padlet?
Absolutely. All right, so let's go back to the tablet, or the Padlet. Jolena from Miss Trowbridge's class had some more of her awesome drawing, more of the UV bracelets. Those are from Miss Manko's 6th grade science class in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. More of the UV bracelets in Tennessee. And this is from Morehead City Primary School, having a solar eclipse party after school. We will have partial totality for 3 minutes and 17 seconds in Eastern North Carolina. 300 plus kids are staying after school to participate. This is some of their artwork that we think totally looks like. All right, so that was from Miss McCall's class. So the great things that are on the tablet. There you go.
Right. Well, those are some great things. Actually, you can't see me right now because I've sat down for a moment, and our photography team, led by Steve and Ryan, did not follow me with the camera. I don't know why they didn't. They're supposed to follow me all the time, and they did not. I'm going to take off some of their pay for today. But I'm sitting for just a moment because I've been up for a couple of hours and I'm getting a little tired. But I thought I would share a few more questions that we have received from people before the eclipse even started. These came in last week. So people are asking about the diamond ring effect and Bailey's beads. So let's talk about that for just a moment. This is something we hope to see today, and we will see if the clouds start to part. So the diamond ring effect happens just before or just after a total solar eclipse. And that's when a bright light or a bright spot of sunlight shines through the valley on the moon's surface. So it's going to look like a diamond ring with the ring of it with the diamond shining. So once that goes in, when it first starts, we know we can take off our glasses, and when it comes out, we know to put back the glasses on. And I think that's going to be pretty cool. We also have something called Bailey's beads. So those are the bright spots that appear around the moon just before or after, and that has the sunlight shining through the moon's valleys. Hard to explain, easy to see if you were to look that up on the computer, but we're actually going to be able to see that, we hope. Now, let me tell you what's happening right here, right now, because you might see some people kind of flourishing around. The winds are picking up. So we have tents here over our tables. So a lot of our materials are flying. So if you see people flying under tables or around me, it's just because they're trying to catch stuff. But we also, in front of me, we have this whole tent filled with photography and videography equipment, and we're trying to make sure that those cameras do not fly away from us. All right, Miss Leanne, any other questions or comments in the chat window? And by the way, you are doing an amazing job moderating today. Can we all give a big hand to Miss Leanne today for all the work she's doing? Yes.
Woohoo! We have Miss Montesera's class has shared that they are already seeing the partial eclipse. They are in, I believe she's near Huntsville, Alabama, which is in the northern end of Alabama.
Okay.
And Miss Winger they're seeing it in Texas. She actually in the chat shared a picture of some students laying out on the grass with their glasses, experiencing the eclipse there in Texas.
I love it, and I love that you're saying that they're laying out with their glasses. Obviously, you're not going to look at the sun right now. It is a little cray-cray, but pretty soon we're going to be able to do that. So it looks like I am losing my team. Looks like they're all leaving me. So sad. I mean, they want to go see the totality, and I can't understand why they would do that and just leave me here by myself. But you know, sometimes that does happen. So let me check out the schedule again and see what is up next. And I believe it's a recycle time, and I'll be doing solar clocks. So would you give me about 2 minutes, Leanne, and we'll be right back so we can reset up.
Whoa.
All right, kids. Well, we are back. We're getting ready to start our sun clocks, but decided since we've had some new folks in, we are going to re-show our quick "What is a solar eclipse" video. So if you will be patient with us, and if you've already seen it, you should be able to take great notes. If not, this is your first time. Here we go.
Whoa. It's the middle of the day. So why is the sky getting dark? It's a solar eclipse. A solar eclipse happens when, at just the right moment, the moon passes between the sun and Earth. Sometimes the moon only blocks part of the sun's light. This is called a partial solar eclipse. Other times, the moon blocks all of the sun's light. This is called a total solar eclipse. As the moon blocks the sun's light, it casts a shadow on part of the Earth. The moon's shadow creates a trail as the Earth rotates. This trail is called the path of totality. If you want to experience darkness during an eclipse, you have to be in the path of totality. In that path, the moon completely blocks the sun's light for a few minutes. It gets so dark that it looks like nighttime during a full moon. If you don't know what's happening, it can be confusing. Animals can get confused too. But this darkness can also be kind of cool for scientists who study the sun's atmosphere, called the corona. The corona is very dim. It's usually hard to see because the sun is so much brighter. But when the moon blocks the sun's light during an eclipse, all you can see is the light from the corona. Total solar eclipses over the land, where people can see them, don't happen very often. But when they do happen, the moon gives scientists and the rest of us a glimpse at the corona's beautiful streams and ribbons. Thanks, Moon. Find out more about the sun.
All right, so I am going to flip through my deck real quickly. Just hang with me, everybody. You're looking at me for a moment, which I love, 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 love. And we're after, let's see, I'm going to stop when it says, Ryan, you're going to tell me when it says solar clocks, sun clocks. Yep, okay, we're here. So we are going to now talk about sun clocks. And we're going to talk about how the sun powers those. So Steve's going to give us a quick look at the camera that's on the sun right now. Don't panic. You don't need to cover your eyes. You're looking at it on the screen. That's the only way that it's going to be safe for you to look at it. But first of all, isn't it beautiful? Like, how cool is that? And kudos to our film crew for getting that work. We might even give them dinner tonight. We're not sure, but we think we might. All right, so let's come back here. We're going to talk about solar clocks. You've met a lot of rangers today, and that's what's made today so special is all of our team and all these ranger connections. Well, there's also a group of rangers, youth interns that travel to different national parks and they tell stories of the parks. This group of interns works at the Petroglyph National Park, and they travel around different national parks and tell the stories. One of our favorite ones they tell is of Chaco Canyon, Chaco Cultural National Historic Park, and World UNESCO, our Heritage Center. We're going to learn about how the indigenous people used the sun for their astronomy telling. So here we go.
Hi, I'm Brigida. I'm Margaret.
And I'm Drew.
And we're your youth and park rangers. We're going to be taking you to all the national parks in the state of New Mexico.
And today we're headed to
Chaco Culture National Historical Park. Chaco Canyon was a ceremonial, administrative, and economic center with an extensive sphere of influence.
Here I am overlooking Pueblo Bonito, which is one of several large great houses scattered throughout Chaco Canyon. Pueblo Bonito is the largest and most extensive of these planned communities.
For 300 years, many generations of Puebloans constructed Pueblo Bonito. Pueblo Bonito was several stories high. This architectural phenomenon took decades and even centuries to build. There were about 4 different masonry types used in construction. The first generation used thin, rectangular-shaped pieces with extensive amounts of mortar. As the masonry types progress, notice how less mortar was used over time. My favorite part is that visitors can walk through the ruins at Pueblo Bonito. This includes climbing downstairs and even through small doorways.
I'm standing in one of the rooms here at Pueblo Bonito. These walls didn't always used to be bare stonework, as you can see. Instead, they used to be covered with plaster, as you can see in this corner. By traveling through Pueblo Bonito, you can gain an appreciation of the masonry and all the work that went into building this enormous place. What's even more amazing about Chaco is that this isn't the only great house, but one of many. Quincletsto, as shown here, is just one of the many sites visitors can hike to. This great house is located at the start of the trail leading to the top of Chaco Canyon. From the top, visitors can hike to Pueblo Alto and the Pueblo Bonito overlook. The trail to the top of the canyon is steep and challenging, yet lots of fun. It's amazing to think the Chacoans traveled the same way hundreds of years ago. Visitors also have an opportunity to walk on fossilized shrimp burrows. I'm standing here on the edge of Chaco Canyon overlooking the valley floor. This valley floor was once home to a thriving community that flourished over 1,000 years ago.
All right, everybody. So I hope you enjoyed that. I love learning about our national parks. Did you know there's over 428 national park sites, and we are still growing? Some people think that there's just 63 in our country, and that's not true. Our national parks have different designations. So some parks are historical parks, some are landmarks, some are memorials. We have National Scenic Riverways. We have National Historic Trails. We have military battlefields. We're actually today in Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which is one of the 63 that have that designation. We're so glad to be here today on behalf of the Conservancy, Cuyahoga Valley National Park, and the National Park Foundation. We've had a busy day today, and kids, we are less than an hour to totality, which is so exciting. As we said before, we are now entering into that sort of partial lead up time. And we're excited to see that. And I'm going to ask Paisha if she will take care of the question that just came in, and we will answer that in just a few minutes. But we're going to look now at sun clocks. So can we go right here? So these are the materials we're going to need to build our own sun clocks. We're going to need a flat horizontal surface. We're actually going to be using cardboard. We're going to need a straight stick, or you can also use a pencil. We are going to use a watch or a clock. We're going to also use a compass, but we're going to use our phones to figure out which way is which. And we're going to use some small stones and some chalk. I'm going to introduce to you one of our teachers. Her name is Lindy. She's from Ohio. Lindy, come on over, and you're going to be speaking very close to me because we're sharing the same microphone.
That's good. I've got a loud teacher voice, so we're good.
You do have a loud teacher voice. You might even hurt my ears. You never know. But tell us, you guys were building this last night at 11:45.
Yes, just about, give or take. Yes. So the first step is to locating north. So I had already.
Well, tell us what you built here. Can we talk about
what we built?
We're good.
We built a solar sun clock, and back in the old days, people didn't always have regular clocks. So this was a nice, easy, cheap way for people to be able to tell time. It even predates all the way back to Native Americans. So it's been around multiple centuries. But the easiest thing to do is to use a compass and designate north. So you can see here using my phone compass, once I get my hand out of the way, that we had north. It is actually right there. The problem is with my dowel rod, but north is there. And then once we had it, we started using our watch to lay where our timepieces go. So if we had the sun overhead right now, we would be able to tell that the shadow would be laying right here from our dowel rod at about 2 o'clock. And so that's how you would tell time, as wherever the shadow falls, that's what time of day it is.
I love that. So what we're going to encourage you to do, students, is to build up a prototype of this solar clock. And the way you're going to be able to share this with us is once it's built and once you have time to go outside, we want you to see if it works. You've got to make sure that it is pointing north. Okay, so she's actually written the cardinal directions down on the cardboard to make sure she knows where things are pointed. If it's not pointed north, you're still going to have a shadow, but it's not going to be the time that we recognize. So here's how you're going to do it. If you build it and go outside and you get your shadow, if you can get someone to take a photo of where the shadow falls and then a picture of your watch or your phone showing us that that's exactly the same time, we want you to enter that on our Padlet, and you're entering for a Marvin and Huck book. So we'll do a drawing for those. And we'll probably do one of those for the engineering books where you can solve problems that we have in the national parks and do a challenge with it. So we earlier had a question that came in, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know the answer to it, but we do know that NASA does. So we've reached out. And so the question, Leanne, can you ask the question again?
So the question was, can you explain how totality sort of travels, meaning that people in Texas will be experiencing totality before Ohio?
Exactly. So I'm going to read you exactly what we found. So the total solar eclipse will emerge over the South Pacific Ocean before the shadow falls across North America. So it's going to start there first. The path of totality, where we can witness the moon fully blocking the sun, is expected to first make landfall near the city of Mazatlan around 9:51 a.m. MT. The total solar eclipse will cross over the U.S.-Mexico border into Texas, and it will emerge over a place called Eagle Pass at 12:10 Central Time. And then it's going to peak about 1:27 p.m. Central Time. So it's already doing that. In Dallas, NASA data shows that the partial eclipse will first become visible at 12:23 p.m. So that should already. The eclipse event is happening in 50 minutes. I'm so excited. The phone just told me. And then the next state after Texas is Oklahoma and Arkansas. And if someone can, so at 12:33 p.m. in Little Rock, Arkansas on Central Time, which has already happened, that's when they're having the totality there. So Cleveland, which is where we're near, is beginning to see the beginning of it at 1:59, and that's true. About 1:59 Eastern Time, we started seeing some things happening, and it's just going to keep spreading as it moves. The shadow's moving. The sun is the shadow, or the totality path is moving as time moves forward. And we know that in 2017. If you're looking at a U.S. map and here's California up here, the totality went this way. And now we are traveling this way. So we've sort of crossed, not in 2017, in October of 2023. So we went one way and now we've gone the other and we've crossed. Now, let me also say that I am not a NASA scientist nor an astronomer. I'm just an educator. I love national parks. So I am learning all of this stuff with you. I would not have known to ask that question. I also would not have known the answer to it. But here's the cool thing, kids. We have resources out there that can help us answer questions. Now, my friend over here, Paisha, she actually looked at 3 resources before she chose this one because they all agreed with each other. So, Leanne, thank you so much for that question. Is there anything else in the chat window?
Absolutely. I want to highlight Miss Wood's first grade class. This is what she says. My first graders have enjoyed learning about the solar eclipse. They have read and discussed a Scholastic News magazine article about the eclipse. They have made a sequence book about the contact the moon will have with the sun. They've made a model and can demonstrate how the sun moves and blocks the earth from the sun. We've recorded learning in our solar eclipse journals. We've enjoyed a yummy snack of a moon pie and a Sunny D drink. And we can't wait to go outside in a little while to view the eclipse. That's Miss Wood's class
Wow.
in St. Clair Shores, Michigan. So shout out to the great learning out there.
Oh, wow. Michigan is in the house today. That is great learning. Kids, I hope you thank your teacher for that. It takes a lot of work to pull all of this together. So we are so grateful to the teachers out there who actually allowed their kids to experience this once in a lifetime for some people event. In fact, this is not going to happen again here until 2044. So that's 20 years from now. Dr. Drizzle is going to be very old. Someone's going to be pushing me around in a wheelchair for the next eclipse. So I'm glad that you're seeing it today and learning about it today. And here's the cool thing. This learning doesn't stop today, kids. There are tons of resources and books out there that you can read. I want you to look at the screen right now because I'm getting very excited. We are seeing a beautiful picture of our sun right now. And I'm talking, this is almost NASA worthy. It is so good, but our camera guys have been working hard to use filters to cover the cameras. We obviously don't want to mess up our cameras because we want to use them for other opportunities. But how cool is it that science allows us to take photos of the sun without hurting our cameras? Now, I did want to show you something else. We do have a board that we made a few minutes ago, the Eclipse board. Do any of my students have the punch hole boards? I just want to show them one more time because I think this could be a great opportunity for some learning before this happens. So we've been taking foam boards. You can also take cardstock. You can also take cardboard, and they punched holes in it. So this one says Total Eclipse 2024. So when we get ready to close the table down for a little bit and turn our cameras to the eclipse, they're going to use these boards and let the sun shine through those, and it's going to show up on the ground. And these are our kind of our pinhole cameras, the opportunity. Now, for right now, they're just going to be little round circles because that is the shape that's made. But when the sun or the moon starts passing over the sun and it comes like into an eclipse piece or a quarter of the moon, that's the shape that will go on the ground. How cool is that? So if you've got a few minutes, why don't you think about making one of these designs? And if you are not in the path of totality, you can still make this and turn all the lights out and then just shine a flashlight through it. And that can be your eclipse. Did you know that the National Park Service is calling this week the total eclipse of the parks? If that doesn't make any sense to you, then you need to ask your teacher who sung that similar song back in the day. And if they know the answer and the artist, they're old. Yep, I said it. Don't tell them that, but they're kind of old if they know that. Miss Leanne, do we have any questions?
Well, I was going to say, I know those things. I will spare you all from breaking into song at this point. But I wanted to give a shout out to Miss Gray's class. They are in Grass Valley, California. They've already gone out and observed their part of the eclipse. They were at about 45% of totality, and they used note cards with the hole punches that you were just talking about, eclipse glasses, and a pinhole camera.
Very nice. So do you see what we did there, students? Our teachers, index cards and hole punchers. So how simple is that? Completely free, like you can find that stuff in your desk or around the house. So science doesn't have to be expensive. It usually is messy, but it's not expensive. So we can't wait to see what you create today. But no matter what you create, please, please, please be safe when we get ready to go out. So let me check our time right here. Tell me again. 45 minutes to totality. Did you hear that? 45 minutes to totality. 45 minutes to totality. Everybody get excited. Woo! We're very excited about this. Miss Leanne, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break, but before I do, I would like to drop the journal prompt into the chat window. So our journal prompt is, why do you think sun clocks were important to Native Americans? Think back to the video by the National Park Service about Chaco Canyon and how they built the kivas in the exact place where the sun would shine through those windows. And that's how they could tell times of the day. Why do you think sun clocks are important or were important to Native Americans? So let's write that in our journal. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with our live stream of solar eclipse totality. We'll see you in a few.
Before we go, shout out to Miss Gray. Yes, you are correct. Bonnie Tyler, total eclipse of the heart.
Bonnie Tyler, total eclipse of the heart. Yes. All right, back into a few. Well, we are back. We just announced to the group that there were 40 minutes left to totality, and there was a big scream across the field. So they're very excited. This is one of those times now that we just have to hurry up and wait. We're already seeing some really cool changes with the sun, and we're going to have our cameras directly on the sun for the entire time of totality. I will, to the best of my knowledge, try to commentate through that so you sort of see what you need to see. But I will tell you that once we get to totality, I'm probably not going to talk because I just want you to look. I don't want you to miss anything by my voice talking. So we'll talk up into the end. I do want to share with you this really cool graphic. I want to see if I can get a little closer for this. So let's see. So we have, again, what is a solar eclipse? And so I would like for you to drop into the chat window what you've learned today about a solar eclipse. And I want you to tell me which of the following objects are dropped between each other. So we have the Earth, the sun, and the moon. What is blocking the sun for this solar eclipse? So once you get that answer, would you drop it into the chat window for the solar eclipse? Which body is blocking the sun? And Miss Leanne, can you tell us some of the answers that are coming out?
Miss Gray's class says the moon with an exclamation point.
Think when you put an exclamation point, you mean business. This morning, I gave all of our team members a moon pie because we're excited about the moon today because it's going to do some really cool stuff and make the sun disappear. Now, nothing against the sun. We like the sun too. But how cool is this going to be? This moment in time, these few beautiful moments that we're going to spend together watching. Now, as I said, I'm not going to do a lot of talking during this. I'm going to give you a little bit of a commentary, but this is going to be the time for you just to watch. Now, we're not going to turn off the video, the audio. The reason for that is we want you to hear what happens during totality. You may hear people being very loud for a moment, but then I guarantee you they're going to get quiet and then clap and then they're going to cheer. Now, I will say that right now we still have clouds. The sun's peeking out pretty good, but we do have some clouds. But I feel like it's going to hold off. Miss Pritz from Decatur, Illinois is saying that it's going to hold out. She's even wearing a gold headband and sweater to document this time and sunglasses. So she is pretty definite that we are going to have great sun at this time. Miss Leanne, before we get ready to turn our sights to the sky, any other questions for today or comments? It looks like we have something coming over here.
I don't see any more. We had one more question about the diamond ring effect, but I think you covered that earlier. One of Miss Sterling's students, or excuse me, Mount Sterling students in Kentucky says one of the kids says it looks like a tiny fat banana now. Talking about the sun there where they're at.
Perfect, perfect. Well, Miss Leanne, we're going to let you actually step outside for a little bit. I know that you are in 90% totality, and I want you to be able to enjoy this. So I'm going to stay online. You're going to see the sun through the cameras. I'll talk a little bit, but students, at this moment, until Miss Leanne comes back, we're not going to be monitoring the chat, okay? So if you'll just hold off on your questions and just enjoy what you're seeing, it's going to be a great time. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. The next picture you should see is the sun. Hey, everybody. We're going to go through a couple more questions as we're watching this. So again, what is a solar eclipse? Well, a solar eclipse happens when the moon moves between the earth and the sun, and we are seeing that happen right now. If you are watching the live stream, you are seeing the moon move into place, which is real exciting. Now, this special event only occurs during a new moon, so we're experiencing a new moon right now, and the sun and the moon look very close together, or very close together from Earth. We talked earlier about the types of solar eclipses. So we have a total, which we are experiencing today. We have a partial, we have an annular, and then we have a hybrid. Now, we didn't talk about that one very much, but a hybrid eclipse is rare, and it switches between being a total and an annular eclipse. So it's a little bit of both. We also talked about the difference between solar and lunar eclipses. During a solar eclipse, the moon blocks the sun's light from reaching the earth by creating what we call a shadow. A lunar eclipse occurs when the earth's shadow falls on the moon because the earth is between the sun and the moon. So they just switch places, which is really cool. As we've talked about before, if you are experiencing this with us outside, please be safe. It is not safe to look directly at the sun, even during an eclipse, without the correct eye protection. So we're talking about using the certified ISO glasses The only time it's going to be safe today for our audience to look at an eclipse without protection is during that short phase of the total solar eclipse. And that's going to be when we're not seeing anything except the moon covering the sun. Okay. A couple of other questions we had. What is the path of totality? We sort of answered this earlier, starting in Texas and coming up through Arkansas. But the path of totality is actually the track of the moon's shadow across the earth. And that happens during a total solar eclipse. Now, we also mentioned that today's solar eclipse should last around 3 minutes and some change, but the longest solar eclipse could go 7.5 minutes. But that's pretty rare. Most of them last for a shorter time than that. Some of you are asking about the diamond ring. Well, the diamond ring is that phenomena that's observed just before and just after totality. Now, I can call it a diamond ring all day long, but once you see it, you'll understand exactly what we mean. We've also talked about, can a solar eclipse affect animals? And yes, some animals react to that sudden darkness. In fact, some of them that are nocturnal may come out and start playing around, thinking it's time to play. And those that sleep at night may decide to go to sleep. Now, it's only going to be about 3 minutes. I'm hoping my teachers don't fall asleep while sitting out here, but you never know. They're kind of tired. If you are photographing this, we talked earlier about what safety precautions you should take. We do not suggest that you just use your camera right on the sun. First of all, you're going to have to look in there to sort of focus it, and that's going to cause damage to your eyes, but it can also fry your equipment. So you need to be able to protect your camera sensors. There are solar filters that you can get just for your camera lenses. We do not suggest that you just put ISO certified eclipse glasses in front of them. We need something a little bit stronger. And if you're looking through a camera that's protected, make sure your eyes are protected too. You need double protection here. So in just a few minutes, we're going to start our commentary, but we have, it looks like, 22 minutes, 22 actually, which is kind of fun. So I'll be back in just a moment. So if you're looking at the top of the video, you're going to notice that we are at about a little over 20 minutes until totality. Here are a few more things to know before we start. Why is totality in a solar eclipse so short? Well, we know that totality can last anywhere from a few seconds to over 7 minutes. And the duration of totality is short because the moon's shadow moves quickly over the Earth's surface, right? So as it moves, that's going to be as long as a totality happens. The exact length of totality at any given location, whether it was in Texas or in Hot Springs, Arkansas, or here, depends on the distances between the Earth and the moon and the sun, and the speed of the moon's orbit around Earth. So if you imagine, if one of you starts walking down a hallway and someone else has a ball connected to a string, and you're walking around that person, and then you're swinging that ball around, those are all factors: the distance between you and the other person, the speed of that ball that is going around. Can they be predicted? That's a great question. Yes, and with pretty good accuracy also. Astronomers use something called the Saros cycle, which is an 18-year, 11-day, 8-hour period after which eclipses repeat. So after 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, another eclipse can happen. And we know now that we have astronomical calculations that can predict eclipses thousands of years in the past and in the future. So that brings me to the question of what is an eclipse season? And an eclipse season is a period during which the sun is close enough to one of the moon's nodes, which is the point where the moon's orbit crosses the Earth's plane, to allow for an eclipse to occur. So there's usually 2 eclipse seasons each year, and each season lasts about 35 days. Now, we have the same thing that happens in weather. We have what we call hurricane seasons that typically run from maybe May to November. We also have eclipse seasons, another way we can predict them. Now, I don't know if anybody else notices it yet, but the temperature is starting to drop a little bit, and that's going to happen. Now, thinking about that, the temperature does drop during a total solar eclipse because the moon is blocking the sunlight, which makes complete sense, because if the moon is blocking the sunlight doesn't reach the Earth's surface, and then it reduces the amount of solar energy. This reduction in light and heat can cause a noticeable decrease in temperature when this is happening. Now, we have been in this totality or this eclipse for the last hour or so now. And it's getting pretty exciting. I hope you're watching this on the screen. You should be able to see the moon eclipsing the sun. Let's see. Funny question. This one: can a solar eclipse affect solar panels? Well, during a solar eclipse, the amount of sunlight reaching the solar panels decreases, which will drop the solar power reduction just a little bit, right? Because this is not going to last very long. It's going to last about 3 minutes. So if your house is powered by solar power and you're in totality, for 3 minutes, you may not be able to use your hair dryer, right? But once that eclipse moves on, the solar power is gonna come back to you. We're gonna stop for another minute. It looks like, boys and girls, we are about 16 minutes from totality. The next time you hear me, I will be commenting right up until the time that we actually have totality. So hang in there. I hope you're sketching and looking and hoping of the things you're going to see. We are down to about 12.5 minutes before totality. I'm going to give you a little bit more of what's getting ready to happen. So today, kids, we're getting ready to see something amazing in the sky, and we call it the total solar eclipse.
A little bit. I'm outside with the some pretty excited teachers in Tennessee, so you probably don't want to hear my background right now.
That's okay. So as we know, the total solar eclipse happens when the moon moves in between the Earth and the sun. When the eclipse starts, we see the moon slowly move in front of the sun, which is called the partial phase. And that's what you are seeing right now. This part is important because everything has to line up just right for the eclipse to happen. Now, as we get closer to the total eclipse, there's something cool called Bailey's beads. These are bright spots that form a ring around the dark part of the moon. They were first explained by a person named Francis Bailey a long time ago. So how cool is it that this name is now being used to describe what we see in a solar eclipse? Right before the total eclipse, there's this special moment called the diamond ring effect. Now it's going to be a really bright flash of light when the last of Bailey's beads fades away and it shows different colors from the sun. When we see the total eclipse, we can see the sun's corona, which is like a halo around the sun. It's a fun way to learn about the sun's magnetic field and activity. So during this special event, we can also see something called solar prominences. These are loops of gas that you can see against the dark sky, showing how active and lively our sun is. Now think about this. The moon is going to cross in front of the sun, but the sun's going to still do its thing. So it's still going to be shooting off these flares. So these gases are going to be flaring out. It's going to be hid for just a little bit, but we're still going to see around the moon. Remember, you have to use the special glasses to look at the sun during the eclipse, or it really will hurt your eyes. I want you to consider your worst sunburn ever. Now imagine that happens to your eyes. And you may not even know that it's going to happen because the sun is getting dimmer. When the temperature or when the eclipse happens, as it is right now, the temperature is dropping. I see people pulling down their long sleeves that they had pushed up earlier today. We're also going to confuse all of the animals, making them act like it's nighttime. So the eclipse is not just a show. It teaches about the movements in our solar systems. Kids, as you're watching today, I want you to get excited because you're experiencing again a once in a lifetime event. Now, thankfully, it's going to probably occur again in your lifetime, and you'll be able to take your kids to see this event. When you go home today, you've got an experience to share. You know, this really makes me think about how small we are in this big universe and how much there is to learn by looking up. In this world where sometimes the adults don't get along very well and we have trouble having conversations that make sense, right now in our world, we are all looking up at the same sky. We can all agree that for a moment in time, or as Kate Allen Fox says, for a few beautiful minutes, we're all experiencing something that can change us. Now, after the shadow of the moon moves away and the light comes back out, we can feel the wonder of science in helping us understand the mysteries of space. Because eclipses like this remind us to stay curious and keep exploring the secrets of our universe. Well, I'm excited to tell you that we're down to less than 8 minutes. I hope that you're watching the screen. It's a little harder for us to see it here because we're looking up, but we can't look at the sun. But if we put these glasses on, we are seeing exactly what you are seeing, and we're excited to share it with you. I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, kids, we are less than 5 minutes away. Although we are here and you may be in your classrooms, I hope you are as excited as we are. This is beautiful. It is getting darker here as we speak. We've got kids that are excited. We've got kids that are terrified. Like this is the first time they've ever experienced this. Parents are trying to assure their kids that this is totally natural, that this is part of our great universe. We should be very honored to be part of this. I'm not going to speak once we get into totality because I want to experience it also, but I just want to thank you again for participating. I've got family that are watching this on YouTube right now. We've got people from 40 plus states, Guatemala, Guam, the Bahamas, VI. We are just so thrilled that you are part of this with us. We're glad that your teachers took the time to experience this with us today. If you're looking at the camera, you are seeing some pretty amazing stuff right now. Our computers are probably getting very hot from being on all day, but we are fingers crossed that we're going to last through this totality. Everything is plugged in and we're doing well here. It is now at 3 minutes. It is cool here. The weather is getting cooler. Once we get to totality, I am not going to speak, but we're going to keep the audio on because I want you to experience what the kids say, what the parents say, what this group of people say when they experience this. From what we're understanding, a lot of these people have never experienced this before. So this is my team that's here are sitting in rocking chairs and they've got their glasses on and they're just having the most amazing time. Leanne, any final thoughts before we head into totality?
You know what? I'm almost speechless. I am in awe of the world that we get to live in and that we get to experience this and just yeah, it's amazing.
It is amazing. And students, remember, it's up to you to be this new generation of people who love each other and who may disagree, but disagree kindly to each other. As we experience this moment, this eclipse in the valley, I just want to thank you again for joining us. I'm going to go radio silent now because boys and girls, teachers, it's happening. So just to let you know, I do still have my glasses on. Some people are going without glasses right this moment. I'm going to be just a little bit safer and keep mine, but because it is still bright without the glasses, but it looks like it's disappearing. And the picture you're seeing right now is without the filter. Steve has taken off the filter. In just a moment, we're going to be able to see the diamond ring. There it's coming. We have the diamond ring. We are now turning the camera around so you can see how dark it is here. We hope you see that right now. Now we have about 3 minutes in totality, but Steve will move it back around before we go back to the diamond ring. I don't know if you can see, but we have stars out. It's a little cloudy for the stars, but boys and girls, this could not be a more beautiful photo of the solar eclipse. I cannot believe that we're able to bring this to you. I hope that you all send me photos and notes and poems and drawings from today, because I will remember this for the rest of my life, and I hope you will too. All right, we're coming back up. All right, here we go. The diamond ring. All right, cover up. Let's give the universe a big round of applause. Great job, Moon. Excellent job, Sun. To the creator of all of this, well done. Well done. Thank you so much, universe, for creating this today. Makes you believe in bigger things. Yes. All right, kids, I'm walking back over to the tables. We're going to finish up our final piece of this. I'm going to try really hard not to cry. I think that's too late. Good job, everybody. Excellent job.
Dr. Drizzle, I have a couple things from the chat.
Read that.
Silence says, let's remember this time, because it won't happen until we're over 30. Wisdom of a child.
Isn't that gorgeous? All right, kids. Well, we are back, and I am so excited. I'm really glad you can't see my eyes right now, because they are filled with tears, because that was pretty amazing. Want to thank again the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, the Conservancy, the National Park Foundation, all of my teammates here who've traveled from all over, and then just all the people that came to experience this today. It was everything we had hoped for and more. We had the best pictures. We had the best video photography team on campus here. Yeah, I'm excited. So here we go. Let's reflect, sketch, and write. I don't know about you, but when I get excited, I need to take it out in some way, whether it's sing or dance or write or draw. So I'm going to ask that you guys share what you experienced. I know that some schools have already let out for the day, and I hope you got to see some of it. But what did you experience? What was good for you? Leanne, I hope you're doing good.
I
don't
am
even
doing
have my
great.
ears in yet. So hang on a second. So if you're talking to me, I can't
Oh.
even hear you because my ears. microphone is not even in my ear, but let's try this now.
Okay, well,
Leanne, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I am
Are
sitting
you
in
just
awe.
going? Yes, yes, yes. Well done. Well done, Sun and Moon, and all the things.
All the
Any
things.
comments in the chat?
Absolutely. So Silence says, let's remember this time because it won't happen again until we're over 30.
Exactly. And they'll bring their kids to a place to experience totality. How cool will that be in 20 years that they'll come back?
So many classes are saying, thank you, Dr. Drizzle. Just, sitting in awe. Thank you. What a wonderful experience. From the Bahamas, we had, that was wonderful. God is amazing. The students loved this experience. Thank you so much. Ms. Peterson's class says, thank you so much for all your hard work to bring this to us. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So many beautiful comments. One more. Kaysen says the diamond is his favorite. Shine bright like a diamond. I think that's going to be his new motto.
I love that. And I'm actually looking back here behind me. I have multiple park rangers, conservancy people, volunteers. Steve, can we turn the camera on for a moment? And I need all of you guys just to come over and get a quick wave in. You guys were part of this. Park rangers, come over and just wave. There are thousands of kids that would love to see your faces. So they're going to just come through and wave. And can we just give them a big hand for all their work today? Nice. Come on in. Yeah, yeah. Woo, here they are. Aren't they beautiful? All of these people, some of them want to dance. I don't even understand what's going on now. They did it. We survived this. This was absolutely amazing. Yes, yay, yay, yay. All right, so we are going to, so let me say something funny. I was going to play the total solar eclipse from NASA in 2017. In the event, we got no shots. And I will tell you, hands down, ours beat those photos. So excellent job to our, woo! All right, so here's our journal. Was it what you were expecting? Was it what you were expecting? I'm going to tell you, even though I've seen totality before, this was better. I don't know if it's because we were sharing it with all of you or if I was here with all of my friends, but it was better this time. So in your journal, I want you to share your feelings in a poem or a drawing or a song, because before we leave today, all of my team members are going to be singing a song for you to the tune of one of my favorite songs, Leaving on a Jet Plane. And they've got it all ready. They're getting the words passed out. We're going to be singing that in just about 15 minutes. So I hope they've got all their words ready for it. Real excited about this. So Leanne, anything in the chat windows?
Dr. Sanchez said the kids at her school were beside themselves and they love our park rangers. Gibson says, thank you. This was so amazing. So lots of just really appreciative classrooms out there for Dr. Drizzle, bringing us to totality, even when some of us couldn't travel on our own, and such a special, special moment.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to be back in 1 minute. All right, so we're going to go to our last activity today, and that is the pocket solar system. So, Paisha, you're going to pass that off to someone. Yeah, come on over here. So, Paisha's going to be working with me for this activity, and we're going to be doing a pocket solar system. Before we start, though, let's watch a quick video on the solar system.
How did our solar system come to be? The solar system is a pretty busy place. It's got all kinds of planets, moons, asteroids, and comets zipping around our sun. But how did this busy stellar neighborhood come to be? Our story starts about 4.6 billion years ago with a wispy cloud of stellar dust. This cloud was part of a bigger cloud called a nebula. At some point, the cloud collapsed, possibly because the shockwave of a nearby exploding star caused it to compress. When it collapsed, it fell in on itself, creating a disk of material surrounding it. Finally, the pressure caused by the material was so great that hydrogen atoms began to fuse into helium, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. Our sun was born. Even though the sun gobbled up more than 99% of all the stuff in this disk, there was still some material left over. Bits of this material clumped together because of gravity. Big objects collided with bigger objects, forming still bigger objects. Finally, some of these objects became big enough to be spheres. These spheres became planets and dwarf planets. Rocky planets like Earth formed near the sun because icy and gaseous material couldn't survive.
All right, everyone. So our last activity for today is a pocket solar system. Now we're going to be needing a long strip of paper, about 2 meters long. We're also going to need some markers or crayons. You could also use stickers or colored dots, but you will need some type of measuring device. Okay, so we're going to be working on that here with you. And I would like to introduce to you Paisha. Paisha's been working with us on this event for the last 6 months, and I'm excited to end the day with her. So, Paisha, how was it for you?
It was amazing. Like just the feelings that come over you is astonishing. It was
Great.
indescribable.
And you're going to be sharing my microphone, so talk a little bit louder if you can. All right, so let's talk them through how to make their own pocket solar system.
Okay, so first you just need a long strip of paper. We're using a roll of paper like this, and you're going to start at one end and just draw a sun because it all starts with the sun.
So drawing a sun at the end of your paper.
Draw it.
Yep. All right, so we've got a sun there. Now, Paisha, what are we going to add to it, and how far of a distance are we going to have it?
So we're going to start with, ours. Does anybody know what the first planet is?
Closest to the sun. I don't think this is going to work holding it down. We may be holding it up in a moment, so just hang on. So what is the first, Leanne? Did we have anybody that's mentioned the first planet nearest the sun?
Not yet.
Well, we're going to help you out a little bit, and that's going to be Mercury. So, Paisha, how close are we going to put Mercury to the sun?
5.7 centimeters.
Now, this has been mathematically calculated out, right? So we're going to do it the way our directions say, that's in proportion to the actual distance. So we've got Mercury, and then we're going to go with our next closest to that. Right after Mercury is Venus. Venus. Now, how far are we going to go with Venus?
10.8 centimeters.
So a little bit longer. So Mercury's closest to the sun. Venus is further away from the sun and further away from Mercury. So we have Mercury and we have Venus. And then, boy, you better tell me what the third planet is, Leanne. I hope they're putting that in the chat window right now.
Earth. We think
Earth.
it's Earth.
We think it's Earth. We hope it's Earth. Now, that's going to be going about twice the distance. So 10.8 centimeters.
That's for Venus.
Oh, Earth is 15 centimeters. So it looks like we're incrementally moving about 5 centimeters. We're going to move this in just a moment. So we're drawing here. Then we have a handy dandy one getting ready to show you in just a moment. Now, we call this a pocket solar system because you can carry it in your pocket and amaze all of your friends. So we're going to move this down because we have the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, And why don't we go ahead and add Mars in there, Paisha? And how far is that going to be?
22.8 centimeters.
22.8 centimeters. So again, we've gone from a little over 5 to a little over 10 to a little over 15, and now we're doing 22. So we're moving about 5 at a time. So we've got Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and then where are we going next, Paisha?
Jupiter.
Jupiter, one of the big ones, the big one. And we're going how far on Jupiter?
This one's quite a bit. 77.8 centimeters.
And now we are tripling the distance. So let's go ahead and put down, and we're using a ruler, guys. So we're not just, we're using a ruler. Yes, they'll give them to you down there, sweetheart. We're using a ruler to measure these. So we want to make sure that we're accurate. So after Jupiter, we're going to another large planet. Can anybody put in the chat window what that planet is? Right after Jupiter. What do we got, Miss Leanne? All right, well, we're going to go next to, how about Saturn? Can we add Saturn in there next? Yep, we're going to keep going. We noticed that most school is out now for a lot of people, so we're going to keep moving. So Saturn is going to go up sort of double. So we're going 140.
142.7.
142.7. Let's do that. Now our pocket is getting longer. Now the cool thing is we're going to be able to fold this and actually put it in our pocket. So we've got Jupiter, we've got Saturn. In just a moment, we're going to add another planet on there. But we're still going to be able to have this to see. It's not going to be like too long to carry. And our next planet is going to be Uranus. Now that's 287. So we are doubling that. We are doubling that. And unfortunately, boys and girls, we're ending with Neptune because we don't talk about Pluto. No, no, no. We don't talk about Pluto. Unfortunately, you guys didn't get to see me dance on that, so I'll do it again, and my team's going to help me. We don't talk about Pluto. No, no, no. We don't talk about Pluto. Okay, but we're going to talk about Neptune. Now, by the magic of the microwave oven, we now have a pocket. And the reason we call it a pocket is because we can fold this up and amaze all of our friends. Again, that team that built you the sun clock at 11:45 built this at 12 midnight in a hotel, in the lobby with people in there. It was really embarrassing, I'm sure. But now we have a pocket. But let me show you one more. So our team, the Whittington family, created one. And you use a little bit bigger numbers or the same numbers?
Same numbers.
Look at this one. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? Can we give it up for the Whittington family? Yes. All right. So students, again, I want to thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go back to the deck for just a moment. A big shout out to the Cuyahoga Conservancy, the Friends of the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. Another shout out to Cuyahoga Valley National Park itself and all the rangers from Shenandoah that were here, the biologists, the AmeriCorps. And another big thank you to National Park Foundation, which is one of our sponsors that helps us get around crossing America. And we are so, so glad that we're all here today. So my team, come over real quickly just for a quick goodbye. Team, come on over real quickly. Yes, yes, yes. And here we are. And put us on camera, Steve, because here we are. We're not on camera and we're beautiful. This is how we look at the end of the day. And we are so glad and thankful that you've been here. Our numbers are huge and we're so excited. Thank you again for joining us. So on behalf of Expeditions and Education, the Cuyahoga Conservancy, the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, the National Park Foundation, and everybody that's here watching, we are out of here. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you, Leanne Zimmerman, the best host ever. And thanks to our team that's filming all of this. They're back there. We'll send pictures later. All right. Good job, everybody. Excellent, excellent, excellent.